Don't. Bro.
Um, is there anything you specifically want people to hit on when describing characters?
Just a general kind of description. I'm gonna take the beep boop off so you guys don't have to hear it through my stupid computer. Um, just a general kind of thing of like your character description, and you don't even really have to go into class or anything, just at least so somebody knows who, or so everybody knows who you are.
Okay. I'll be playing Vandrin Cindermane, also known as Hex. He seems or appears to be a human, fairly adept tracker and monster hunter.
Nice, nice. We'll go
Good
with Cat.
shit.
Huh?
Cat, who is you and who is you playing?
I am Cat. Obviously,
Oh, no, I'm glad you said something I was.
running on half a brain cell constantly. And Lucan's not much better. Lucan is an Eladrin, a winter Eladrin that is about 6'2" and 115 pounds.
Soaking wet.
Soaking wet. You sneeze it in their general direction and they fall over, sort of skinny. And they wander the wastes and peddle their wares. They're an artificer. So, yeah.
Very nice, very nice. We'll go physics. Who are you playing? And who is you?
It's a surprise, surprise. My name is Physics. You probably wouldn't have guessed that.
Oh.
No, I am playing Ijets, a wolf shifter from the north.
Perfect.
Ooh.
That's super simple and easy. Let's go with Bryce.
Shit. Okay, so yeah, my name is Bryce. But you could just call me B or whatever. I don't give a fuck. Hi. I am going to be playing Maria Lorelei. She is a Triton fighter and she has a shark puppy, land shark thingy.
Land shark dog.
Yeah.
The
And,
picture that Jay showed me for that looks like a terrible like anglerfish wolf, and it makes me want to kind of cry.
I mean,
I love it.
I love him.
I feel like seeing something like that in person just make you shit your pants.
I mean, you're not wrong.
But Mary is very colorful. She's very tropical fish looking in coloration. And she's from the islands. So, yeah.
We've got a little bit of diversity so far. Cool, cool. Thank you. And Rick.
All right. My name is Rick. I'm playing Ezra Lowe. He is a human from Bolivar.
With a big ass horse wolf.
With a big ass horse wolf.
Unfortunately, I don't have a picture for that, so.
I know, yeah. It's okay. Maybe if I ever get like really curious, I might draw it, but
I'll draw you a stick figure horse like I did.
Yes,
sad
please draw like
constipated
a constipated, sad looking horse and horse.
But will it be pooping?
Yes.
Gotta be. It has to be
It's
pooping.
go poopin'.
Go poop it. Taps him on the head.
All right. So basically, kind of from where you guys have all come from, whether it's far, far east from the islands or from the frozen north. Lucan, you're kind of the weird one. You're the only one from this province, just far north. And way west from Borovar. Whatever your reason for doing so, for leaving your home to come here, you've traveled quite a way, led by personal goals, vendettas, whatever it might be. Some of your travels have been kind of light. Thankfully, you've kind of missed through kind of the craziness that you've heard that is Nashakra, to come across a small settlement kind of hidden within an area of fields and marsh, just kind of muggy, gross swamp. For those of you from the north, this is disgusting. It's very hot. You the cold and snow and sleet, like you're used to that, but you're not used to also being wet and hot all the time. Mary, this is kind of like home to you. Just a little bit more land than you're used to. And Ezra,
Yeah.
this is okay. It's just kind of a little bit more swampy. The terrain back home has been more solid than this. Otherwise, it's just not too different of temperature.
I'm assuming it's a lot more humid here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Borovar's kind of arid, but kind of along the coastlines is a little bit humid as well, just because obvious body of water right there. Some of you had arrived a little bit earlier than others. I know that Vandrin was one of the earliest arrivees. I don't know. Kind of what we were able to get through the roleplay is that he was able to come into camp on the southeastern side of this little settlement, kind of picked his own spot there, got to know someone by the name of Tyburn, who's a big surfer tiefling, basically. And he kind of introduced the idea of a rite of some sort, and this kind of whisper of Ascension keeps being passed around. There have been rumors that have slowly crawled to each part of the world, it seems, that tell about this strange thing called Ascension. Thank you, Alec.
You're welcome.
After that, kind of talking with Tyburn for a moment, he went off to kind of explore a little bit, to see a little bit of the hustle and bustle of I can't even say town, this just little settlement where people are getting ready, doing chores for the day. Just a little bit more busy work. Ended up at the tavern, getting a very interesting stew he's never tried before with alligator. It's not very well seasoned, just because of it being such a small town and spices are a little bit harder to come by, but still unique nonetheless.
Hex doesn't care.
It's food.
It's food and he's hungry.
And he got some blackberry mead that was freshly made, so it's probably better than the stew. Met Ezra in the tavern as well. Kind of wrapped everything up, went back to his own part of camp. Does that sound about correct?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Lucan came in the northeastern side of Evon. Kind of a rickety old bridge up there letting through parts of the swamp It was kind of a slower travel through that area, but finally getting through, they set up their little cart, put a little tarp over just to make sure that the weather didn't kind of ruin all their very interesting and unique goods. And kind of had a few of the adventurers there in the northern camp come up, check out wares, possibly trading things.
And love on their steel defender.
Yep. They met a pair of halflings, twins, Kimber and Sig, who absolutely loved dog. They still defender. Kimber loved on him quite a bit, and they ended up trading some goods to Lucan in order to get a couple of very interesting arrows, and then also a very small version of dog, which Kimber then named Grass.
Yes.
Obviously not the smartest two in the bunch, but they're quite lively and very interested in what Lucan had to bring. And it seemed that if they were able to find Lucan out in the wastes or any other place, they seemed like they'd be definitely willing to trade again at some point.
Yes, good.
Good, yes, excellent. And then kind of just relaxing. There's some fires going on both of the different camps right now. There are huge boars that are being cooked over said campfires. So there's just a very potent smell of cooking pork right now.
Tasty.
Yeah. I know I didn't get to completely finish role playing with everybody, but did Lucan want to do anything else, or are they just kind of setting up camp and just kind of observing?
They're just kind of chilling right now.
Cool. All right.
Vibing.
They're just vibing. Technically, Mary would have actually come in at this point. I know you weren't able to get into the roleplay until a little bit later, and then I got a bit busy.
It's okay.
But she came into the southern part of Evon, kind of going through the fields, getting quite a few stairs actually, just because Triton aren't really around this area. Nashakra's kind of slapped in the middle of the continent, and sure, they do have a coast all along everything, but most of the Triton or seafaring races live out on the Isles, so it's very rare.
You're telling me no Bayou Swamp Triton?
I mean,
No Creole Triton?
Who knows? Is New Orleans up in this area?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Lou had met one.
Probably. At least that's kind of the general. Well, at least one that's just as colorful as Mary is. She's bright. She's got the colors of fire on her, kind of throughout her. She has white skin mostly, but then all of her patterns are okay. So she definitely got a lot of stairs. This is kind of a very interesting pattern. And the chakra is very vividly colored. So the greens are incredibly bright and vibrant, but here in the swamp area kind of seems a little more muted. So she's kind of a beacon. Bless you, Rick.
I'm so sorry if anybody could hear that.
I can because I'm right outside your door, but you know, I'm just literally just
Taylor be creeping up in here, isn't
it? Let me in. Not only are you a beacon of colors, but you also have a very strange furred sea beast that's rolling around in the muck and kind of kicking muck up all over the place, and then it gets up and shakes it all off. And
so fucking gross.
The tongue probably lolled out.
Like, oh, as somebody who's been to a swamp, because there's swamps around here, just the like fucking grime that sits on top of like
It's
the
disgusting.
water. That's
Yeah.
so fucking gross.
It probably
You're-
has like a little algae
I-
hat on right now.
Yeah. Shark puppy.
Yeah, Jesus. Thing's gonna smell like death for like the next 2 days.
Yeah, he's
Almost
fine.
do.
Yeah, he's
Two?
fine.
The next 2 days. He's
Yeah.
probably never gonna get that muck out of him.
You have to put your
But
dog on like a wash cycle.
shh.
Um,
Mary has her ways.
I just feel like pressure washing Shark Dog will still not get it off.
Yeah, it's like a massage.
Oh,
You know.
I just see him rolling around even more. Like, yes, I love this.
I mean.
All in the muck coming off of him.
Yep.
Oh
So yeah,
god.
he brings a lot of attention. People are whispering and kind of pointing at this very strange beast, just kind of frolicking around, shaking off disgusting muck everywhere. Probably with a little algae hat on top of his head and his tongue lolled out to the side. Just a very good boy.
Yeah.
And nobody approaches Mary at all, but they kind of let her continue on, especially after seeing kind of the influx of adventurers coming in, regardless. And Mary enters to see a kind of like a barn in front and kind of camps off to the side. There's a little corral, there we go, corral area that she can kind of see some animals and different things over there. I know this is where I had not gotten to respond to you. What was she kind of checking out?
It would seem that she was kind of debating like whether or not to keep Evon with her or not.
Okay.
Just like checking it out. Just
You
making sure he wouldn't like eat anything.
just go on a rampage, start eating the side of the barn.
I mean, yeah.
It looks like most of all the animals are either tied up to posts or kind of in this corral or something. If Mary kind of does end up kind of moving toward the camp a little bit more, she can actually see there's another shark hound looking beast in that corral as well.
Oh. Maybe.
Perhaps. There are a couple horses. There are a couple of Nashakran zebra hounds, which are more kind of like deer-like. They've got very vulpine and deer-like features together, which is probably a little strange for Mary to see. She's used to these either like kind of whale mount kind of creatures or like shark hounds or something in that
Yeah.
kind of category.
Yeah, they're like front part wolf, back part Clydesdale with a big ass rack of antlers.
Oh,
Right.
that's not here yet, but
Oh, excuse me.
Oh.
not yet. So that's kind of what's there. There's also a cow in there. Looks like there's another barn far off to the left where there's more animal noises kind of coming from it as well. She can kind of also see the plaza, quote unquote, area up ahead where there are a bunch of kind of bustling residents kind of going about their day, trying to get their chores done. There are a couple that pass Mary, kind of give her a little strange glance, the kind of like awe-struck, like, I've never seen somebody like you kind of glance, and they continue back out to the fields. Most don't really say anything.
Okay.
They kind of look at her, kind of starstruck, and kind of offer a little bit of a smile, and then continue doing whatever they're doing.
Yeah. she'll smile back at them too.
They kind of
And
nod.
yeah. Small smile, but it's she's got pointy teeth though, similar to her shark hound.
That's probably shocking for them. They probably smile, and as she kind of smiles a little bit, they kind of like start a little bit, and then like, okay, and then quickly hurry off.
All right.
Yes, perfect. Anyway,
Ah, yes. Terrify the children.
yes.
Where does she head off to next?
Um, I think she's just gonna drop Hyvan off at the corral, but like kind of be more on the like that side of the camp.
Okay,
I'm pointing like just somewhere in
kind of
here.
where the food and the water
Yeah.
troughs are. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
close by to like watch him just a little bit, making
Okay.
sure like he'd be a good boy before taking off essentially.
Gotcha. Kind of coming up on that area, you do see a northern camp, obviously, considering it's this big ol' area right in front of the corral.
Yeah.
Hyvan most likely kind of looks at the other animals and sees the other shark hound and immediately charges towards it. But no ill intent or anything. The other one seems quite excited to see something like it, and they kind of have a doggy play date.
Oh.
Is cute.
Oh god, the sharp teeth. Teeth.
Yeah, pretty much.
Thank you, Alec, for reminding me. I had it sitting here and it didn't actually enter. I have Rhythm, which plays music for you guys. Would you like to have some background music to be able to kind of vibe to? Oh god!
Yeah.
I didn't
The
need
answer
to
is
summon it.
yes.
Okay, cool. So I cannot control its volume. You guys will most likely have to do so yourself. So I'm going to go ahead and let you do so. And then we'll continue in just a moment.
I recommend around 50%.
I do it sometimes a little bit lower.
I do it quite a bit lower,
I
but
do it like anywhere from 30 to 40 depending on the track.
yeah.
50 is the like 50-55 is the max I'd recommend for it.
I typically put it at about 15 because otherwise I get distracted.
Yeah.
That's
If I
fair.
have it on at all.
It's like you're sitting, like kind of like nodding your head back and forth, like kicking your feet while there's just people exploding around you. You're like,
Yeah, completely zoning out.
Okay, cool.
It'd be like that sometimes. Anyway.
I got scared I was talking over somebody and I saw it was Rhythm. I'm like, oh, that doesn't matter. Okay. So letting Hyven go, just kind of charge off and go play with this other big old shark hound that looks kind of more of like a orca-esque. It's more orca than
cute.
shark. Yeah, a big old orca dog, I guess. You
Cutie.
Borka, if you will.
a borka. Done. That's what they're called from now on. You see the northern camp. There are quite a few more adventures up here than there is down at the southern camp. Seems like this was the area that most had come in to kind of fill the area up first. You do see the kind of wild two halflings that now have this strange little bird
Thing.
dog thing. Timbers, the female, is like throwing it up in the air as it like makes these weird mechanical like. I'm not sure how really it sounds, but I'm just thinking like a cark is kind of what it sounded like when you had typed it out.
Yeah, it kind of halfway between like a crow and a machine farting is how I picture it.
All right, good to know.
It's
I mean,
cute.
it's a midget steel defender. How else would you imagine it to sound?
I love it.
No, that's fair.
Fair enough. Have a good day.
The point you make is a compelling one. I tip my hat to you.
So the kind of reddish brown haired halfling, well, both of them have the same hair, they're twins, but the female is throwing this little weird creature thing up into the air, and it's making these very strange sounds. It's kind of like flapping its little wings and kind of flailing all over the place before she catches it and does it again. The male is just kind of sitting there looking at these very interesting arrows that they've got, kind of going through their pack and kind of setting themselves up for whatever might come. And you see a bunch of different people. No Tritons. Nobody that might look kind of familiar to this area, or to your area in particular. And they're all kind of doing the same thing. Some are kind of looking over a big old boar that's above the campfire right now. And some are just kind of playing cards, just kind of making a busy work out of kind of a dull moment. And kind of off a little bit to the side of the camp, you do see a cart that has a little tarp over it. And you see a very thin, pale, elf kind of creature.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Oh, girl. I don't think Mary's gonna like go directly over to the cart just yet, but she's gonna park herself off to the side a little bit.
Okay. And just kind of
Just kind of watch everybody else,
cool.
sort of.
Cool. But yeah, you probably get a lot of those same stares. Very interesting or interested in you, but possibly not to the point they want to come approach you just yet. The male halfling,
Which is fair.
yeah, the male halfling kind of looks over and like raises his brows, eyes kind of getting big, and those emerald pools kind of sparkling a little bit with interest. And he kind of nudges the female halfling, who looks over and completely drops the little mechanical looking thing. And it kind of like
Grass, no!
it kind of makes a very strange squawking mechanical screech.
Noise of protest.
Yeah, as it kind of flops onto the ground. Thankfully,
No.
she's only maybe 3 feet tall, and she's sitting, so it's not a very far drop.
Yeah.
And it just kind
It
of
did bounce
still.
anyway.
yeah, it kind of like bounces a little bit and slowly comes back up into her lap and just like falls over and snuggles into her.
I feel like Mary would have seen that and like the look of slight concern, even though it's made of metal.
The girl just kind of gives a slow
Ever so
smile. And then goes back to kind of playing with it. And things are kind of quiet, besides the slight ambience of everything going on. Again, kind of the hustle and bustle of everybody. Slight chatter between some of the camp goers up here. But for now, everything kind of seems a little bit slow. So she is free to kind of just relax. She's had a very long travel, so she's got a moment to kind of keep to herself, enjoy the soft ambience and the smell of cooking pork for the moment.
Shit.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying. I was just saying good shit.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
You're good. Up next, we had a little while later, not immediately after, we have Ezra. Ezra approaches from the south, once again drawing a lot of gazes toward his immediate area, not necessarily because of him, kind of how Mary did, but for the fact that he's riding in on what seems to be a mixture of a huge Clydesdale horse that has the features also of a dire wolf. Its front paws are huge, big giant claws that, if you look at it, probably looks to like it'd really mess you up. Probably the reason for such a breed. But this thing is a huge workhorse kind of animal. No horns. But it draws a lot of attention from, again, the people out in the fields. The very loud clip-clops of hooves on these rickety bridges. I think for a moment also kind of concern Ezra. I think that was kind of in the intro post. But he makes it into the southern entrance, and oh god, I don't like that.
The Princess Mononoke thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't like
the forest.
that. I know, was it at the beginning of the entrance, or was it after Ezra had gotten into the kind of like right next to where the barn is, that he got off of the beast and continued upward?
I'm sorry, which side did I enter in again?
Down here, down from the very south.
Probably around the time that he passes over the second bridge.
Gotcha.
He hops to the side and coasts along and then hops down.
Okay, cool. So at that point, kind of where the bridge ends and the second set of torches, or large posts that have these little torches on them, the man kind of gets off of the horse thing, and kind of coasts over and brings him right outside this bigger building that probably is a bit more of like the center of town. The tavern is what generally brings people in, or is kind of the bigger place that is recognizable in most settlements, if there are settlements that you've run across throughout the wastes or the wilds. And he doesn't tie Boaz up, does he? He just
Nope.
kind of leaves him? Okay. So this, a big horse wolf thing, is just left outside the building, kind of next to this cart, just kind of hanging outside while Ezra goes in, asks for a meal and a drink, finds this strange tattooed young man.
Who doesn't have any manners whatsoever.
Absolutely. Kind of talks to the bartender for a little bit. Bartender seems kind of fed up with everybody coming in. Oh my god. Sorry. And he gives a little bit of sass, but overall brings out the meal, the stew, and then another drink for Ezra. At one point, kind of finishing the meal, Ezra asks for meat, and the bartender then kind of raises a brow and asks if he wants it wrapped or on a plate, thinking, maybe this guy's an absolute monster. Just raw meat. And then comes back with a package wrapped, brings it, or Ezra finishes up everything and takes back off and feeds this giant beast of a horse, wolf. And we had stopped at the point where he had heard some children kind of giggling and making some noise behind a broken cart that's just outside. And with that, Alicine had kind of stepped forward due to Ezra kind of crouching down and telling them that they could come out and come pet him, just be gentle. And about 4 other children follow after this little 10-year-old girl. And she immediately, well, not immediately, she kind of hesitantly puts her hand out. And as it kind of noses into her and brushes against her shoulder, she's just giggling. She just starts giggling and loving on him, doing her best to give wherever it seems that this giant beast really likes those little scritches. And soon enough, the rest of the kids also fall in, heeding his warning of not going back behind him. They do know that horses kick, and they can see the hooves, so...
Yeah.
They're having all kinds of fun, just loving on him, petting him, kind of papping him a little bit, just to kind of see what he likes the most. It probably goes on for as long as Ezra will let them.
Yeah, fair enough. He probably keeps entertaining them for a while. It's probably been a while since he's talked to people, too. So, kids are nice. He just goes with it.
Cool. So they probably go for a good, I don't know, at least 15-20 minutes of just talking to the horse and kind of like jumping around a little bit. Not on him, but like kind of jumping around. And then some of the kids might go over and like take Ezra's hand and like point at him and be like, look at him, look at do this and whatever. And then they'll kind of flail themselves off, and another kid will come up and tug at Ezra and kind of climb on him and just do kid things.
Yeah. One kid is like, hey, watch what I can do, and like does like a really shitty cartwheel, and it's like, oh yeah, you're good,
Yeah.
you're good.
Pretty
Yeah.
much. So he's just entertaining a band of kids. Alicine is the oldest out of all of them. So you've got kind of a range between like 4 to 10. Just kind of flopping around, flailing, petting Boaz. One's probably back under the cart, just like rolling around underneath it, covered in mud and grime. Not
Yeah.
Sounds like my kind of kid.
It's, yeah.
Mighty Mud Mania up in here.
That same kid that's covered in mud probably comes over and like just paps on Ezra's like pants.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He's so just like, he's having fun.
Cool.
He doesn't care at all.
Not too long after that kind of comes to a head, I suppose. Probably about the 20. Yeah, essentially. Not too long after, they're kind of flinging themselves all around and stuff. They hear from off to kind of the west a little bit. It seems like up in this household, a woman calls out for the kids to come back. Ezra can kind of see her walk out to probably about right here, peek around the tavern and see the kids kind of flailing all over the place. One just drenched in muck and mud, who's probably playing in this big old muck puddle. She looks to him, looks to the to Boaz, looks to the rest of the kids, sighs and shakes her head, She calls out, I'm so sorry if they've bothered you at all. They're definitely interested in all of the newcomers.
No, it's not a problem. Not at all.
She kind of gives a very tired smile, as if like a thank you. This has been going on all day kind of look.
Yeah.
And she calls out once again for all the kids, and they like give Boaz one last little pet, and Alasine and one of the other kids come up, hug Ezra's legs, and then they all book it off to the house.
All right.
After that, Ezra's just kind of left slightly dirtied. There's handprints, little tiny handprints all over him and Boaz. What does he want to do at this point?
Um. So looking around the camp, where would be a good place to set up Boaz for like a stable for the night? Would it be more appropriate for him to go in the big area over here, or
It looks probably like that's what everybody else has kind of done, to stick them all in this big corral. However, there are other barns to, well, there are two buildings that look like barns, and you can hear animals kind of coming from the very far southwest building. It seems maybe if you were to ask, you might be able to put him in what might be a quote unquote stable, or you could go ahead and take him over to the corral where everybody else has jammed their animals.
and what does it seem like the quote unquote inn would be like? Where would be the best place to set up for the night? Or is it just kind of like stake your claim on whatever open surface is available?
It kind of seems at this point, actually, go ahead and give me a perception check for me.
Oh no.
First roll of the night.
game. First roll the game.
Yeah?
God. The pressure.
Everything.
From what he sees, there's probably not a whole lot of area to possibly stay, but these all look like houses besides this big inn. This big tavern. He could possibly stay in one of these houses, but for the most part, it looks like just because he's up near the tavern itself, he does see this big giant camp. There are quite a few open spots. Then obviously the corral, and then he can see the campfire down below as well. So he probably has in his mind that it's one of those two camps that he needs to set up in.
Okay. Just due to his previous sleeping occurrences, he's probably going to go for the quieter area.
Okay.
And probably keep Boaz with him.
Okay. Cool.
Instead of putting him in either the corral or the stable.
Gotcha. So most likely he probably takes Boaz back down this way. Back
and
over.
comes to this area.
Yep, and comes back around. When he does, he sees a familiar, not very well-mannered, tattooed young man and a very strange animal. It's quite large, but it looks like it could be a cross between what Ezra knows is like a grizzly bear and a mountain goat. Just kind of standing there, kind of grazing on grass next to a campsite. Just kind of doing his own thing. Vander's kind of setting up, kind of going through his pack, looking at, I wouldn't say necessarily mending stuff, but he's just kind of taking care of his leathers and everything.
Just doing general maintenance on all of his stuff, patching any holes in any clothes, making sure everything's shorn up, cleaning his weapons, making sure they're maintained.
Cool. So you do see that familiar face and a very strange animal thing. And there are quite a few open spots down here. It seems like the only one that, or the only area, I should say, that doesn't look available is directly in this tent. There seem to be quite a few bodies. There's a horned man who's just kind of, I don't want to say necessarily giving orders, but he seems to be kind of the leader of that area. But anywhere else, there's a spot kind of, oops, I did not mean to make a rectangle. Roll 20, why are you doing this to me? There's a couple of spots kind of around the young man you had met a little bit earlier, and then just a bunch of areas over here too.
Okay. He probably steps off a little ways, kind of near the fire, enough for like the heat of it. For when it inevitably gets dark,
Mm-hmm.
but he gives everybody a pretty wide berth.
Okay. Some of the adventurers over in that far tent over there kind of look over and nod toward Ezra. Some are kind of staring at Boaz like they've never seen anything like that before. And kind of make sure to give him that wide berth because of that.
That's fair. That's fair.
But it seems like right now it's probably a little later in the, I don't want to say necessarily the day. It's starting to get into the early afternoon. It's kind of a little warm at the moment and quite muggy, but just as kind of a little bit earlier with several other adventurers, it seems like it's a lull and that they're kind of waiting for something. And from what little whispers that Ezra has kind of heard while kind of walking around and everything, it seems like something is happening with this Ascension. These villagers or these people are getting ready for some sort of either festival or rite. But nobody kind of comes over to talk to him unless he gets up to go talk to everybody else, and he's kind of left to his own devices for a little bit.
Okay.
And that leaves us with our last adventurer who comes in for the day. Again, kind of later afternoon, or sorry, early afternoon. We've got a very interesting, kind of pale, very fair, wolf-esque female who comes in. And I know Ijit's kind of looked around a little bit to, after coming in through the fields and the southern entrance, she kind of made a almost straight beeline over toward the southern camp. Is that right?
She got stopped, like waylaid by Tyburn, and they were having a conversation.
Okay. So that would be the southern camp. Tyburn, after seeing her, would have kind of hailed her, come over. They were having that kind of conversation, probably over in this area, just to kind of give the other adventurers some space so they weren't literally standing on top of them. Let's see. I know they were talking a little bit about the Ascension and the Rite of kind of what's going on, but mostly it seemed that a lot of questions were there were a lot of questions about what this thing was about kind of left, and it seemed to be kind of on the elders, or in the elders' hands, to be able to explain a lot more. I know that she had asked how long he had been here for. Is that correct? I think so. So how long have you been here? Yep. He tells he's probably been here for about 4 days in total. He was one of the first adventurers at least down in the southern camp, to arrive after quite a long travel out from Bajang. And he had met 2 more adventurers kind of along the way who had also heard the similar whispers that had been kind of sown out into the majority of Nashakra. And they had joined along, kind of more safety in numbers kind of thing. He also tells that a couple of adventurers had been here even longer than he had, probably a little over a week, that had made camp up in the northern side of Evon. So it doesn't seem like this kind of information had been widespread, or if it had, it took quite a while for people to get here, and it's only been about a week or so that people have started to arrive.
Good to know. Good to know information. All right, then.
He again kind of adds in a little bit that the elder hasn't been speaking or coming out to really grace us very much, besides kind of a quick greeting and on her way. But as any sort of large event being planned, it seems like she's got more important things on her plate than to mingle with everybody coming in.
Makes sense.
He gestures again to kind of the area down in the southern camp, where now there is a mountain goat bear and a very large Clydesdale wolf-esque creature kind of hanging around near to their people. Several other adventurers down in the southern camp. He says you're more than welcome to make a space for yourself. They're cooking the boar down here. It looks like they're also cooking another very large beast up north as well. And you're free to kind of come and go as you please if you'd like to go mingle with others.
She would probably offer him a smile and say, I should probably go find some food first. Not good of a guest to show up empty-handed.
He kind of smiles and laughs a little, that same kind of crinkle to his eyes, and kind of nods a little bit, and basically is kind of stating, it seems like it's getting near to when we're going to start the feast, or this festival, so I wouldn't be out too long if you do. But it seems like we might have everything under control for the most part. But you are free to go if you'd like.
Grab something. I'll be back before the sun falls.
Okay. So where does she end up going?
She might ask him before going where the typical hunting and gathering grounds are, so she doesn't walk into someone's, like, farm field.
He states that if she had come down from the south, most likely she would have seen all the fields there. There's a section of land that's almost like this settlement. That's kind of a big clearing from the swamp. That there are a couple of like family of boar that are there. There's also a little bit off to the east of the settlement. He kind of points up towards the north camp. There's a bridge that leads out to a small area that's kind of enclosed by most of the swamp, but there are quite a few like berry bushes out there. That's where they get most of their blackberries to be able to make the meat here. Some fish, though I don't think you'd really want to touch most of them just because of what's out in the swamp. There are crocodiles.
When he says crocodile, I was just gonna ask, are crocodiles edible?
Yeah, actually, they make some of the. I mean, not all of them, but their meat they use in the stews here up in the tavern.
I go hunt in the swamp then.
All right.
And swamp's what, northwestish?
Northeast.
Northeast.
Oh, I mean, the swamp's
Sorry.
kind of a little bit everywhere, but yeah.
Yeah, I was looking for where the water and grossness was. Well, then she will give him a nod and head off to go gather some stuff.
Cool. I probably won't make you roll too much for crocodiles just because they're very low in CR. It doesn't
She's also
take.
gonna look for anything else edible as well, and not just like crocodile or bust.
Yeah, there's again there's some fish out there. There are some plants that harbor some kind of edible food. My brain's not working, sorry.
Edible plants.
It's a question.
It's probably some sort of root vegetable.
Yeah, I was gonna say some like
Tubers or something.
yeah.
Mhm.
Swamp tubers.
Swamp
Mm-mm.
tubers. She does come across the different like bushes as well, full of different kind of berries. Some are obviously blackberries. Some are pink. Some are a very strange, like a plum kind of colored. There are quite a few different colors. Some are even like a very dark blue. Very different than what she's seen back in Honshar.
Or anywhere.
Or kind of anywhere, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not hard for her to find food. Again, there's some fish that are kind of around that she can either kind of spear with her halberd or kind of collect up. There are the swamp tubers, different kinds of berries. If she'd like to try some of them, she can, but who knows what these are.
Should probably bring him back to town first and be like, are these edible or should I just toss them?
And she probably does find a crocodile out, if depending on how far she ventures out into the swamp.
Far enough that she could get back before the sun falls still.
Okay. She probably finds one kind of plopped slightly out of the water, slightly in the water. And again, I won't make you roll for that one just because they are so low in CR that it's probably awkward at first. I don't know if she's ever fought a crocodile before. But
Say she probably has.
she's fought
Unless they're in the tropics.
she's probably fought similar things out in Bajang, but they were a little different than just kind of normal crocodiles. Mostly because near the Broken Isles, there are very strange aberration, monstrosity kind of creatures. So the thing that she might have fought that was something similar to a crocodile might have been like a crocodile with two very large, like crab pincers and like the tail of a scorpion kind of thing.
Alligator. No.
Oh my god. Yes, exactly what Kat just posted.
A man in a suit? What?
With half a ping pong ball for an eye. Absolutely.
And a googly eye glued to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out in the wild, you find a wild beast with just a random googly eye some foolish person glued to it before getting killed.
It was their last
Sounds like
dying
something
wish.
Lucan would do.
I must put googly eyes on everything now.
Oh, no.
That's it. That's my purpose in life, is to make everything a googly eye monster.
Yes.
Oh man, I thought you were
yes,
gonna say to put
good.
googly eyes on everything. I'm like, oh no, it's the early days of Team Rocket all over again when they put googly eyes on a Jesus statue.
I love it. But yeah, it doesn't take her too long. She's quite skilled in going. Sorry, she's quite skilled in hunting at this point, whether it's for kind of monsters or just for food, especially from where she's from. Foraging isn't that hard for her either. She might not like it, but it doesn't come very hard for her.
Nah, she's traveled enough that she has to do it anyways. So
Yeah. It's also kind of a way of trading. She's able to get like crocodile teeth or like the claws of something kind of terrible and trade them for other things or food or whatever the like. So she knows this game very well. So I'd say she's probably able to kill probably a smaller crocodile, collect some of the berries, some of the tubers. Does she try to fish at all, or does she kind of leave it just to that crocodile?
probably doesn't go for the fish too much.
Okay. And probably a couple hours do go by, kind of later afternoon at this point, where she comes back in. Where does she head to? Does she go back down?
Did she recognize the tavern as a tavern when she passed?
Again, kind of that. Actually, give me a insight check. Kind of getting the vibes of the place.
Oh boy.
My roll 20 just like broke for a moment, and then you broke it with a nat 20.
So physics is going to be the only one to get good rolls this session.
That's entirely unusual. I was like, I have a +0. I'm probably gonna roll a 1 and
Nat
like
20.
be like, oh, there were buildings.
I just saw weird animals and tents. I don't even know what buildings are.
I didn't realize there was actually a town here. I thought this was all some big sham.
She knew immediately. Kind of like when she had come up from the south, she probably gave the plaza area a good look. Immediately there were like kind of barn settlement looking things, some couple houses, and then straight forward, because she's been on the road quite often. She kind of knows at this point where most settlements kind of have a very obvious structure, or at least it's very easy to get to that point rather than everything else. She knew that this center building is probably the tavern. It's very well lit, easy to get there, and it kind of stands out in the middle of this settlement.
Alright, she will take the hall there then.
All right.
Usually a good place to take food to start.
Most of the time. As she comes in, there are a couple of adventurers who are kind of scattered across the tables. Not across the tables, sorry, sitting at the tables. They're not laying on the tables. A couple
Posing
of...
on tables.
Draw me like one of your French girls. What
Yeah,
is
you walk in
French?
and they're all like that and just in unison. That's like the greeting.
That's what you get for rolling a nat 20. Just, you've got really awkward people just laying on tables.
Slowly leave the place. Just like,
She's like, you know what? On second thought, never mind.
Sorry, I thought this was a place to get food, not a bunch of snacks.
That's a whole feast up there.
Yeah.
A buffet, if you will. I'm sorry. So,
I'm not.
Bryce.
I don't feel remorse.
There are a couple of patrons who seem like townsfolk or residents, and there's a bartender that's standing behind a makeshift bar, kind kind of just cleaning up a mug, just kind of with a rag, just kind of cleaning everything up, and raises her head as he sees the newcomer come in and kind of waves a hand in greeting.
She is dragging a crocodile and carrying like a bag full of tubers and berries.
Seeing the crocodile being dragged behind, his brows kind of furrow, and he's like, "Wait, hold on. I don't want you to get this all over my wooden floors. It might be already too late. Are you looking to get that cut up or anything?"
Told that we were supposed to help gather food, so I gathered some food.
He kind of sits there, like strokes the hand through his kind of like goatee beard, kind of growing in a little. Big ol' sigh, shakes his head. Must be the other adventurers trying to have you pull your own weight. Well, I don't do any of the butchering. We kind of store some of the meat and everything, so I can take the tubers and whatever else you got, but that croc has to go next door to good old Firebrim. He's gonna slice it all up for you.
She'll nod and like just hold the bag out to him because he said don't come in any further with the croc.
He realizes this and kind of puts his mug down, throws his rag over his shoulder, comes over and grabs the bag, kind of looks in a little bit, nods a little bit, kind of okay, and, like gives her a like, all right, you did good, kid, and walks to the back, where there's a door, and when it opens, there's kind of like a hearth light that comes through before he shuts it, leaving her with her croc.
Yeah, she'll go next door then. Like before he even comes back out, she'll turn around and try to not drag it over too much more of the floor. Like push it out instead.
I'm just imagining her like shoving this croc out the window, like yeet. As she goes next door, there's a this area right here. She does get a couple of glances from the people over in the camp of her just dragging this croc along with her. But as she opens the door, she's met with the smell of meat, raw meat. There's a bunch of vegetables in here, but there's also kind of like a small little shop set up, quote unquote shop. There's some like wooden shields, swords, a couple other little things, and there are trophies everywhere as well, kind of hung up along the wall. And as you enter, there's an older gentleman who grabs a rag to wipe the blood off his hands and looks immediately to see the croc and kind of waves a hand a little bit, and I looking to sorry, I got distracted by the gif. Looking to get the croc all sliced and diced.
I was told that the adventurers were supposed to help gather food, and so I gathered some food.
We definitely appreciate it. Obviously preparing for a big feast, it kind of dwindles on our food stocks, so can you bring the beast over here to the table for me?
And she'll drag it inside then.
Cool. Probably gets like caught on a big old bear rug, like the tail probably snags a little bit, but otherwise you go ahead and hoist it up onto the table, and he moves over to get a set out in this little bundle of leather of different knives. There's like a cleaver included, and he kind of skims over a couple of them before getting the appropriate knife to start carving a big boy up. And he looks up before he does and asks if she needs any of the meat or if it's going to be just as a kind of offer to the Evon as a whole.
She'll respond, "You can keep all the meat. I'd just like the teeth."
Okay. He gladly asks if she can wait just a couple of minutes. He'll extract the teeth for her as best as he can. And okay.
I'm gonna say she'd nod and then start casting prestidigitation on all the muck and blood on her.
Makes sense. Cool. He kind of does his thing for a couple minutes just to make sure that he tries to get all the teeth out intact. Hopefully he does crack a couple of them, but for the most part he gathers up a bunch of teeth for her and bundles it into like a woven pouch and hands it out for her to take.
Alright, she'll take it, nod her thanks, and wish him a good evening.
He nods and hopes she does as well, and then immediately gets to slice and dice in the crocodile.
And then she'll probably head back to the south camp.
Okay, cool. As she gets down to that south camp, does she do anything in particular, or does she kind of just make a spot for herself, or?
Probably makes a spot for herself at that point.
Okay. And Tyburn would probably give her a little wave as a kind of a welcome back before kind of going about his own things. The other adventurers are down here. Again, you do see the two beasts that could be considered mounts just kind of hanging around, but otherwise Ijets is kind of left alone to her own devices, and everybody kind of does their own thing for the most part. There might be idle chatter that's kind of aimed toward her way, but for the most part it's nothing too big, just general chatter.
Once she settled down, her halberd will just melt off her back.
Ooh. Okay. That kind of gets a couple of glances. But these people have also adventured, so they probably think it's some sort of magical enhanced item that does some sort of cool fancy trick. Tyburn knows that you're up from the frozen north, so that kind of makes sense in that kind of aspect. Again, most of the adventurers don't press too much for details. Is there anything else that she'd like to do?
Nope, not until something happens.
Okay. So, most of the afternoon kind of goes by without too much. Again, there's just kind of that hustle and bustle of everybody moving around until it seems like when the sun is setting above that there's kind of a large commotion towards the plaza that most of you had kind of come across up near the tavern, kind of where that big mucky center seems to be. A lot of the people that had been working up in the fields that most of you had seen are making their way back with a bunch of baskets and bundles of things. Some of the adventurers see them and get up as well to start kind of making their way over. And for those down in the southern camp, the tiefling male comes over kind of and pats Ijets on the shoulder and tells her, I think this is the setup of the festival. I think we're about to be called to the plaza if you want to go ahead and start heading over.
She'll nod. Thanks. I give him thanks for the heads up and be like, "Let's head over there."
Okay.
And head over there.
Cool. Next, Tyburn will go over to Ezra after having seen him kind of come over, and he gets his attention, or at least tries to kind of wave him down a little bit.
He looks up.
He kind of repeats the same thing. If you're here for the festival or Rite or whatever it might be, I think they're gathering everybody now. All of the residents of Evon seem to be collecting up in the plaza up near the tavern if you want to head over.
He kind of debates it for a moment, but gets up and gives a pat to Boaz and curiously walks over.
Okay. Is Boaz just going to stand there? Or kind of stay seated? Not
Just
seated.
stay put.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And then Tybran will kind of go through a couple of the other adventurers who haven't already gone up until he gets to Vandrin. And he'll give a friendly little wave.
Vanner would probably at this point finally be done with most of his stuff and just laying down, relaxing, kind of perk up, seeing Tybran come over.
Ah, Vandrin. Don't know if you heard. Obviously, a couple of the other adventurers already have kind of gotten up, but it seems like we're all kind of headed towards that center of town. He kind of stumbles on the word for a second, not sure if that's what he wants to call this place. He says, I think the festival might be starting if you want to go ahead and get up with everybody else too.
He kind of, when you see him kind of think about it for a second, where he gives a nod and kind of rolls up onto his side and gets himself up, grabs the his belt, puts everything back on and throws his jacket on as he makes his way over. Kind of gives Envis, his big old grizzly goat, a pat and go, stay here, big guy.
Envis probably gives that same kind of indifferent expression and just kind of like lightly headbutts Vandrin before going back to grazing and doing his own thing. As he do.
As he do.
Tybran goes back to his tent to collect a couple of things and just kind of get the rest of the stragglers and then kind of follows after you three. Up in the northern camp, Lucan and Mary can actually see up in this area that a couple of the townsfolk here have laid down like slats across this mucky little pond. I don't even want to call it a pond. A puddle.
Puddle.
Yeah. And they've kind of, after they've kind of put the slats down over it, they've put a small little, like, I want to say like a step stool, like a 2-step step stool, and kind of backed away and kind of formed a little bit of a ring around this area. And it seems like a lot of the adventurers from the South Camp are kind of heading up toward that area. Some of the adventurers have also clued into this and have started to kind of pack up their things, or at least immediate pack, and have started to head over as well. Kimber quickly rushes over with grass in her hands, like a child who has a chicken that's flapping its wings wildly, like out in front of them.
Oh, I know exactly what that looks like too. I've been that child.
Oh, good. So you know firsthand. She comes running up and just booking it, almost trips on this big log that's kind of set up as a bench before kind of like side strafing around and just shouts at the top of her lungs. She's like, Logan! And she's Sanic. The grass just kind of tries to mimic her screech of a name, and it comes out as jumbled mechanical fart and strange noise. And her little halfling body slowly kind of slows down, and she still has grass out like that for some reason. And she just grins up at Lucan And she's like, okay, we gotta go over to the tavern place thingy, and the elder's over there, elder lady.
Okay. By now, Lucan will probably have been putting up their stuff, their various bits and bobs into their bags, and have started securing their cart. So they quickly finish that up, nod to Kimber, and follow her when she decides to get a move on.
Yep, she'll wait and kind of watch Lucan put everything up. Like, ooh, that's cool. And like, how does everything just kind of disappear? And like, how are you doing all this? But she doesn't say anything. She just gives
Oh,
very.
if she did, she would have gotten an explanation, but
She's just staring at Lucan, just wide-eyed, and like, this is really cool. I don't know what you're doing. This is really cool. And as Lucan turns back around, kind of all finished, she finally stops holding grass out and, like, almost a way of offering, puts it on her head, and turns about real sharp on her heel, and just marches off toward the center of the plaza, leaving her brother behind.
of course.
Rude.
Sig sees this after just the screech of the artificer's name and kind of curses to himself in halfling as he starts jamming all of his stuff into his pack. And he's going on about his sister being a half-wit and all this other stuff that he just kind of has already said about her.
Does he get another boot to his head?
No, she's probably very interested in that moment and just staring at what Lucan's doing, so she doesn't probably hear any of it. Otherwise, yeah, he
His
probably
skull
would.
is saved.
For now. As the two leave to go off to the center, though, he realizes this and just kind of like sighs, sees or looks back over to Mary, who had kind of been every now and then he'd kind of like look up and look at her and like look down real quick if she looked over, just kind of looking at her because she's super pretty.
Aw.
She is, though.
And
I mean, yeah, but
he at this point would kind of gather all of his stuff. Would she kind of be interested in everybody getting up and moving, or would she probably still be just sitting down?
she'd be curious and would have stood up, but I don't think she's really following just yet. She's like looking over at the corral. Just
She's like, I'm not really sure what to do. All these people just got up.
basically.
I don't know.
Like, I don't know what anyone's doing.
So he gets up from his perch. He's not very tall. Like I said, he's about 3 feet tall.
Yeah.
So he quickly hurries over. How tall is Mary?
She's 5'5".
Okay, so quite taller than him. He quickly kind of scurries over and lightly, what is Mary wearing?
She is wearing her armor, but it's like underneath her cloak, so
Okay, so he most likely kind of tugs a little bit on like the side of her cloak, at least enough to get her attention, not to like drag her with him or anything, but if she's looking out at the corral, he's most likely just basically kind of doing it to get her attention.
yeah. And he will, so
If she doesn't look immediately to him, he'd probably be like, "Psst, I'm down here." I'm not good at accents, so I really apologize because he would have had a really cool accent, but
no, it's okay.
he kind of smiles a little and waves up at her.
Hello.
Hi. Um,
Do you know what everyone's doing?
the elder lady, she's making an appearance finally, and all the adventurers are headed over to kind of see what's going on. I think this is where she's going to explain the whole thing about Ascension. Do
And like a look of realization just like crosses her features, and she's just like, "Oh, okay." Start heading over.
okay. He just kind of like looks at her expectantly, and as she just kind of starts walking, he's like, "Oh, okay," and like follows after her.
she is very shy and awkward when actually spoken to. Just like
I
it's
love
been a
it.
while. It's been a hot minute.
Question for you, Kat: does dog follow, or does dog stay at camp?
Dog absolutely follows and gets underfoot the whole way, which is
Buffy.
really funny seeing how big is dog? Like Mastiff size?
Yeah,
Great Dane size?
he's medium sized, so he's probably like a mastiff.
Yeah, this Mastiff sized
Doofy.
frog, bird, cat, dog thing.
And he's like mechanical parts and like natural parts, right?
Yeah, like bones and fur and metal and stuff.
So he's definitely kind of this really strange patoofin. Cool. You probably hear quite a few different adventurers like call out just or like something as they kind of dog just kind of bulldozes their way through everybody just to make sure that they catch up with their lovely owner. Kimber probably actually stops and hops on dog.
Dog's perfectly fine with this.
So you have
Probably
Kimber-
turns its head 180 degrees and licks
God.
her face.
the halfling is very off put by this but doesn't care and gives it head pats. I love what you said, Kat, about dog. So yeah, this little strange thing is now trotting along with Kimber on top of it and Grass on top of her alongside Lucan. And soon enough, kind of everybody comes over to populate this big area. And now that everybody's over here, there are actually quite a handful of adventurers. There are quite a few residents as well. They are mainly kind of at the back of this ring, mostly making up kind of this area. Whereas they're leaving the rest of this, well, not where the slats are, but this big area for everybody else to kind of come in and settle. And soon enough, a kind of older looking woman comes out and steps onto the platform that was put over the muck and steps onto that little step stool and calls out to the crowd. Just kind of a warm greeting to everybody. And she says that my name is Magda Elderbranch. I am the head of this small settlement. I suppose some have been calling me the Elder as well. Kind of a title passed down. Many of you are here for a whisper that's been given to those who have seemed to have been chosen for a rite of ascension. And as the spring comes, we celebrate it with a festival, or a big feast, to welcome all of you and prepare you for this rite that you must undertake to come to Ascension. Some of you might be asking what this Ascension is. It is different for everybody. I've seen several who have wished for their families to be protected and for them to be able to uphold that, and have been blessed with the power to do so. There are others that have wished for wealth and have been blessed with perhaps not coin, but the abundance of wealth in either crops or whatever it might mean to them. It brings out one's truest desire, and if you're able to complete this rite, this passage, it brings to you what you most want in life. Some are not worthy. Some have more difficulty than others. Some have helped others along the way to be able to come to their own conclusions, to their own rites of passage, in a sense. And thus, we here in Evon welcome all of you adventurers to take part in this rite, to find what you truly want, and to go forth and collect on what is yours. However, it may be difficult. Some of you might not make it. These lands of Nashakra are dangerous. The wilds, the wastes, are tainted with wild magics that have been told to turn people into ash or completely take you away from this plane. There are monsters that lurk not only in the wastes, but here out in the swamp of past Evon. And that is where you will find the different pieces of the different rites, or the full rite, I should say, to bring you to Ascension. At this point, she kind of scans out the crowd, kind of looks around, and turns to the people that are the townspeople in the back of her. And she kind of nods. And they bring out, like, parchments that have text written on them, and in a kind of strange colored ink. It's kind of a more red, like a cranberry kind of color. And they pass out these different parchments to everybody. And on that parchment, let me give this to everybody. Oh, Michaela doesn't need that, but that's okay. Okay, so it's in everybody's, everybody should have received a little handout. And it's a parchment on it that has basically just scrawled on it at the title, Ascension. And it is written in a common script, so everybody, Alec, everybody can read it. It says, she recites at this point, after everybody has kind of collected the parchment if they wanted. She recites what's on the parchment itself. And she states, "Find the nectar pure of a stargazer lily, only shown by rays of moonlight hidden within ivy. Harvest a full vial the blood of the cursed, only shall these combine in brewing arts well versed. Catalyst of blooming flowers near the sands of the south, residing in coves on delicate freezing lines hidden behind the mouth. Only then, with these 3 items mixed together full, shall the rite to Ascension then be finished, and thou shalt feel its pull." Alec! With that, she nods once again to the people behind her, and they kind of disperse a little bit. But she turns back to the group of adventurers and outsiders and speaks once again. "This is the call of Ascension. I've been blessed with the ability to see this through, but I cannot complete this or give you anything else. You must go out to find the nectar pure, the blood of the cursed, and what seems to be a catalyst to mix this all together." Alec! You are all more than welcome to find others who may have a goal similar to your own. You can work with others to pursue completely different paths. Perhaps find others who can kind of fill the spots of weaknesses that you might have, so you all have strengths. This is for you to decide whether you wish to ascend to find what you truly want in life. It's ultimately up to all of you to decide. I have seen those ascend, and I've seen people become heroes of their own stories and move on to the cities that keep others out, to bring them out of exile, as they've been told, or whatever it is that they truly desire. So, with that, I leave you all to enjoy the feast, find others that may partake in such an honorable task, and enjoy the rest of your night. And she kind of like bows her head and steps down from the 2-step step stool and kind of walks back off toward the tavern. A couple of the people come grab the stool. They leave the slats down so nobody else just accidentally falls into the mug. And as soon as she kind of disappears into the building, all the residents scatter to start setting everything up. They bring out tables. They bring out smaller sections to where they have quite a bit of room to set everything up, kind of in a huge buffet kind of style. A couple of the adventurers go back to either the camps to bring the boars back and lay them out on top of 2 of these big tables. There are all kinds of different things. The crocodile that Ijets had brought is sliced up and cooked very nicely. Everything's steaming and hot, and there are a bunch of fruits that aren't necessarily from this area in Nashakra either. They're like plantains from Bajang. There are exotic different types of fish that Mary would actually know to be very close to home.
Cousins.
Hmm?
Cousins.
It's her cousins? No!
Alpha's friend.
Oh god. Oh
Uh,
no.
There are big like a hold on, between a rack of antlers, there is a huge platter of meat that is very alike to for both Ijets and Vandrin. The very large elk up in Honoshar. And there's like flanks of elk steak that are cooked. And other little bits too. They seem to have used anything and everything on the animal to try and decorate and put out in this feast. There are very beautiful pastries and desserts that Ezra would recognize from Vanya. In particular, there are very beautiful like pies and like special kind of like cookie cupcake looking things that the district of Bellevue would have in some of their most famous taverns. This is probably the biggest feast of kind of like a cultural feast that probably any of you have kind of seen. And it's kind of strange for a small little settlement off kind of in the middle of nowhere in Nashakra. But as this is all kind of tidied up and everything, the residents let everybody, or all the adventurers, know that they are free to go ahead and grab a plate of whatever they wish and to mingle with others to kind of speak on what this ascension might mean to you. And they kind of back away and leave everybody to kind of do what they wish. I will say Kimber grabs what might be like the I guess wait, hold on. Is Dog's head still turned 180 or has it turned back around?
No, it's turned back around.
Okay. She grabs like the back of its head to where it's like little wingies might be. And like basically it's like mush and like tells it to go over to where the food is so she can immediately dig in.
Oh yeah, Dog is all for this.
Sig is kind of quiet at this point, and he kind of tugs at Mary's cloak again. He's like, should we go up and get some too?
I mean, I'm personally not hungry right now, but if you want to go up, you can.
Oh, okay. He's kind of shy and kind of does that little like finger poke thing and kind of like, okay. And then quickly hurries off to go up with his sister. Tybern is up there kind of helping everybody, like ushering everybody kind of in a grand gesture. Kind of like the brother of everybody right now. Like, oh yeah, like clapping people on the back and like kind of pointing out like, oh, this fish is back from home and kind of going on about everything. And they're at that point kind of seeing people go up. The rest of the adventurers like, okay, all right, cool. And they go up to kind of grab their own plates and continue on. And you guys are free to do whatever you'd like. I'm going to go ahead and let this kind of go with you guys if you want to kind of roleplay a little bit.
Okay. Lucan will go up and grab like a small plate and kind of pick an empty area and just watch everybody.
Hex would look to. Oh, he doesn't know his name yet, Ezra, and kind of ask, gesturing to the food, what he makes of all this.
Ezra is still staring down at the parchment. Kind of startles a little as Vandrin, or Hex, talks to him. Not really too sure. I just kind of wandered in. I haven't heard anything about this Ascension until this moment. Is this possible?
Anything's possible around here, I guess. Well, he kind of pats him on the shoulder. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Road food is not as good as that elk steak is going to be, so he at that kind of moves up and grabs a plate.
Just nods and keeps looking at the parchment.
Gets some food. And are people staying around, or are people kind of going back to the camp, or?
No, so some are going back to camp. It seems those people who are going back already seem to kind of have mingled with other people, and they're kind of talking in groups already. So they're kind of collecting on their food, and even more so, like filling their plates and then like stuffing like bananas or plantains in their pack, and then like heading back to the camp areas. Other people who are kind of just like maybe one or two adventures by themselves are kind of like looking around a little hesitant, like, okay, maybe we should talk to other people. I don't know. Some people are like Tyburn, who are just kind of butting themselves into everybody else's business after getting a plate of food. Someone's probably swinging like a turkey leg around as they're talking with everybody else. So yeah, go ahead.
Most people are mingling.
Yep.
Okay. What's everybody else doing in the meantime?
Yeah, what's Marion Ijits doing?
Jets would probably try to get some food more native to this area, because she hasn't tried this area's food before, and then just start small talk around with various people, similar to what Tyburn's doing. Although maybe less like butting in as he does, and more of like just trying to strike up small talk.
Okay, yeah. A lot of people, well, I can't say a lot. Some of them are kind of a little bit more timid. Some seem a little skeptical. Like, I came here kind of on a whisper of a rumor. I don't really know if this is real or not, but I guess I might play into it. Why not? If I can do this and I can get whatever I want, this seems interesting. There's some people who will literally just sit there and talk your ear off if you let them. Talking about different travels and how they had this and that kind of adventure, and so they're like kind of looking for X person to come join them or whatever. She does not have trouble kind of mingling with a bunch of the different adventurers.
And that's probably what she does, and for those ones that talk her ear off, she'll talk back about her adventures.
Oh, they're probably all for it, especially a couple of them are probably from Nashakra and never have ventured up to Honashar or the Isles. So, kind of hearing about those stories, they're kind of like, "Ah, yeah, that's so cool!" And like, again, some of them waving food around as they talk with their hands, or just kind of in on it with her to be able to kind of engage and kind of piggyback off of one another.
Okay.
We should have a food channel.
I will. Done. It's in text channels.
Awesome.
Okay, cool. I think at this point, Mary is actually going to change her mind and get a small plate for herself. Mostly like fruits and veggies and like a thing of fish. But then she's going to grab like a separate thing and like fill it up with mostly fish and like some meat and stuff. And then go towards the corral to go feed her puppy.
Aww.
Feed her companion.
She does know too, from kind of watching over the corral, that they do have like a big giant trough of food for the animals too.
Yeah.
But she's more than welcome to go over and feed them kind of just things that are native to the Isles that they'd probably very much enjoy.
Yeah.
And she has no problem with doing so. There are also like big barrels of like wine. There are kind of a bunch of mugs too that have been kind of very quickly made. So some of them probably spring a leak in them every few cups. There's wine. There's probably a big old thing of whiskey. That's not the kind of weird, gross looking whiskey that Vandrin had seen earlier.
Eh.
Rip.
But everything is open for everybody to grab. So there's also like a big thing of water. It's also seen that, or several different things of water. Somebody in the resident area seems to have the create water spell to be able to create lots of pure water for everybody to drink. Mary has no problem. She probably has to squeeze through some of the adventurers, possibly almost trips over Dog and Kimber.
Oh no.
Dog by now has probably gotten into Kimber's food.
She's okay with it. She's probably laughing, just like a hearty laughing as she's shoving food in her face and also giving some to Dog.
To get all over himself.
Yeah.
Since, no stomach.
Yep. It just kind of like flops all over, and she doesn't care. She probably even gives a couple of small things to grass, and it probably falls out on top of her, and she just picks it up and eats it. She doesn't care. It probably fell on the ground, has grass all over it. She just eats it.
Oh, mood. Big mood.
Same.
Sig kind of is the not as wild as his sister is, but he's probably chowing down as well, kind of sticking closer to Luke and Dog and his sister, especially as he sees Mary kind of wander off to go back over towards the corral. He figures she's probably just really quiet and just kind of wants her own time and own space, and he's just like, okay, I'll let the pretty lady go.
Lucan will just kind of reach over and pat his shoulder.
He blushes a little bit and like buries himself in his food, just like almost face plants in it.
Oh. it doesn't help that Mary's like completely oblivious for the most part. So
Whoa. Yeah, he just kind of like keeps close to them. Um, Kind of the same thing with Hex or Vandrin as he kind of wanders off. He does have to kind of ply his way through some of the people, but eventually he'll. What way is he taking? Is he going like down and around, or is he like this way? Is he parkouring over buildings and hopping off over the muck? I mean, like,
No, he'd be here.
eh,
I'm assuming the food is kind of. Oop, let me. Kind of like around here.
it's all
Okay.
in that area.
He'd probably go like here, here, and then back down. So he may even bump into Mary. Mary?
Which way did Mary
Mary.
take? Did she go back? Oop, oh God! Wrong
hold
tool.
on.
Did she go back this way to go to the camp? Because some of the adventurers are headed back this way, or did she kind of squeeze her way back over and then go straight to the corral?
I think she did just kind of like squeeze her way back over and then straight to the corral.
Okay, so
So
Mary would have left just a little bit before Vandrin did. So yeah, as Vandrin kind of comes around, he'd see. Question, B, did she go inside the corral or is she outside of it?
she's outside of it.
Okay. As she comes up close, does she call out for Ivan or does she just kind of wait and kind of look around? Or
She calls out to him.
he stops rolling around over kind of
In the water
again,
trough.
and he's over in this kind of area with the other
Oh,
the
yeah.
Borka.
Orca.
As soon as he hears his name called, he kind of shakes all off on top of the other dog or the Borka. The Borka seems to be fine with it, and just both of them tongue lolled out, the dopiest boys. And he books it over to her. And Vandrin probably comes around, and probably is right about here when he sees that big shark hound fly at the speed of dog to get to her.
I think holding the plate of food in one hand, he would kind of gesture to the pistol on his hip before he saw the Triton and realized, oh, probably pet, not crazy swamp monster.
No, still crazy swamp monster, just
Also
tamer.
pet. Also pet.
Crazy swamp pet.
Yeah. And at that point, he would kind of relax. Well, he wouldn't motion to shoot the thing. He would probably be a little surprised at seeing both a Triton and what are these things called?
Mana Ilia.
Okay.
Yep. He probably would assume they're just shark hounds.
Yeah, seeing the shark hounds from around, because they're around Bajang, aren't they?
Yeah. Most of so everybody's mount is a little different, but they are kind of the mode of transportation throughout Eldorai, Fendray, and Bajang. Nobody talks about the Broken Isles, so.
Yeah. Okay. Then yeah, you would be kind of surprised to see one this far. For him, west. West. Yeah. Would probably just make note of that, but keep to himself for the time being. Does Mary right now have any weapons or anything on her?
I mean, yes.
Okay, he'd make note of that, and just
Her
cute.
trident is the most apparent one, though.
As he's walking by, he would kind of go, "Cute fish dog," and continue.
And she'd just kind of look over and be like, "Oh, thank you."
Even though the thing has got like giant monster teeth and dead eyes, and
He probably looks he probably looks like a doofus right now, though.
yeah, like dead fish eyes, and I'm only
Oh
imagining like the
no.
tongue of a stingray or the tongue of a jellyfish, like tendril, which is awful and I hate it.
No, his eyes are like sharky.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
dead
label that as like I
homicidal
wouldn't
fish
label it
eyes.
as death. No, he baby.
Yeah,
No,
he's a little murder baby.
shh, we don't talk about that.
I mean, if it fits.
Yeah, and you
I
go
mean,
down to
yeah.
Envis and give him, the egg or the elk steak he picked up and some of the berries that he had gotten and whatever else for the big guy.
Shit. Um. Wait. Sorry, I like blanked a little bit. Um. Was that directed towards Evon or
The
sorry?
I was just gonna say Hex is also going to go and essentially go feed his mount and then come back up
Oh,
to the rest
okay.
of everybody else. He just made the passing comment.
Okie dokie.
What does Ezra do? Is he still standing kind of in the middle of the group, just kind of taking everything in? Has he gotten any food or anything yet? Or
Well, he just ate not too long ago, so he probably just heads back to Boaz. He doesn't really know anybody, and he doesn't really want to know anybody. Um, he probably just heads back to Boaz.
okay. As he does kind of wander back down, what way does he take? Does he just go straight down and then back over?
Yeah.
Okay. As he makes his way back to Boaz, Boaz has not moved, as he was very well trained to do. He's just kind of keeping an eye on your space. Though his eyes do seem focused on the scene that has happened in the corral of this big, monstrous sea beast thing just charging at this fish lady. It doesn't know better. And how close did Vandrin get
To
to the corral and to
I
Mary?
don't know, probably 10 around. If Mary's up against the fence, like 5-10 feet from her, so
And I think I blinked out a little bit at the very end of that. Did he go back to Invis?
yeah,
Okay.
he just
Yeah.
made the passing comment and then he continued down to Envis.
Okay, cool. So as Ezra comes back down, and kind of gets hit back to his spot, Boaz is watching everything happen, and Ezra will see Vandrin come back to his spot that he had made. A couple of the other adventurers of that far tent over here, kind of to the southeast, or the most eastern part of the south camp. There we go. Have kind of come back, and they're all talking about kind of maybe getting a group together, and it seems already that they have been talking for the several days that they've been here to kind of get to know one another a little bit. And they're talking not about like adventures, how a lot of the people are in the plaza, but more so about what the each piece of that parchment might possibly mean. And they're kind of trying to dissect it and kind of get a plan and action to be able to go out to complete whatever the heck this is. Vandrin, you kind of get back to see as Ezra's without food, without anything that he's collected from the feast, just kind of settle back down into a spot next to Boaz. You kind of hear a little bit of the talk from the camp across, or the tent across the camp as well, and just kind of everybody talking about kind of strategy at this point. The other adventurers who are anywhere close to Vandrin have not come back yet. They seem to still be up in the plaza. Mary is not only greeted by Hyven, and after a moment, the other sharkhound comes barreling over. And
Orca.
Yep, the Borka comes barreling over and almost runs smack into the fence before they're able to kind of dig their wet, fluffy, seal-like paws into the ground to leave a long trail and kick up some muck kind of close to her before it sticks its head over the side and just kind of like a derpy ass smile. And just like, hi, I love you. You are a sight of home, basically, for it. So it's kind of excited not only to see another shark hound. Oh, I was like, what? You're talking to Buckley. But also a Triton that's, again, it's familiar to home, and especially crossing a bunch of land that's just been open plain. It's just kind of happy to see you. Also, you have food, so
That's
just
fair.
like, oh, me too.
Still kind of dodge the dirt a bit still, but she'd give a quiet laugh and like give him a pet, too, and just offer him one of the pieces of meat as well.
He absolutely takes it, but he's super gentle. He's like that kind of thing where like dogs will slowly inch up and like grab the tip of whatever you offer them with kind of like their front teeth and then like slowly pull it away.
The baby.
And then he like devours it in one gulp after that. And he just like sits there, actually sits down, wags its like orca tail, and just kind of sits there drooling and staring at Mary like, yes, I am good boy.
Oh.
The other animals in the crowd stay far away from these two.
Oh.
The Nashakran zebra hounds, the kind of like fox like deers, kind of stay a little bit away from them. Mostly because they look very predator, and they're like,
Yeah.
you know,
Understandable.
we'll just hang out with the other horses here. So they've kind of made their own animal cliques, and these two are just kind of rampaging all over the corral, leaving it a muddy mess. But yeah, so you have kind of a moment to yourself with the two doggos, a big doggos, and
Big toothy doggos.
nobody really seems to come to bother you. there are a couple adventurers who might kind of like roam back down towards the south or up to the north, seeming to have kind of found a partner or somebody to kind of latch onto to talk about things to. That might kind of glance over and like, oh my god, there's 2 of them in there, but then kind of go back to doing whatever. So she has kind of a moment to herself.
Okay.
Does she want to do anything else?
I mean, after she spends a bit of time with Evon and the Porca, she's probably gonna venture back to her spot and like just to get her own food on her own plate.
Okay. Well,
And she'll be reading the pamphlet as well. Just
okay.
curious as to what it might mean.
Yeah, because she had come here without hearing anything about it. Kind of like Ezra. She
And
was just-
Lucan.
Oh, that's right. Lucan didn't hear it. No, well, that's not true. She did hear about it from Ronte.
Did they?
Yep.
They might have tuned that out then.
That's okay. Ronte was like, yeah, there's some weird shit going on. You might want to go check it out. Okay, bye. And then just kind of disappeared because that's how Ronte works.
I love her.
Me too.
She's like, I got shit to do, monsters to hunt. All right, see ya. Thanks for the book. I'll be back in like a month and a half. Bye.
Gonna get your next one.
Yep. But that's probably all they had really heard. It was just kind of like, yeah, I really heard some weird stuff going on. So you're good to go look at it and see what it's all about if you want to maybe find something cool. Otherwise, don't get eaten. Love you. Bye. Yeah. So we'll pan back over. Ijet's is still probably just kind of mingling with everybody. A lot of these people, just because they've been here for quite some time, seem to already have a couple of other like partners, or at least somebody else to kind of get together and gossip and do whatever about. But they're more than happy to talk to you about everything else. Is she just kind of talking about like adventures and things like that, or does she actually bring up the parchment at all?
I'm sure the parchment comes up in conversation.
Okay.
She doesn't try to make it too obvious that she has questions about it, but like, she's also not going to just go up to somebody and be like, hey, so what do you think about this? Because then people don't tend to talk about it.
That's fair. Oh, excuse me. I'm trying to die on an air pocket and my help. Oh god. Okay, I'm good. A couple of them, like, kind of more engaged in not in combat. Whoa, I don't know where combat even came from.
Go, fight starting? Okay.
It's
Like,
just
oh shit.
it's just a bar fight outside now.
I mean,
You want to take this outside? Yeah, let's do it. Man, this is a beautiful night. Yeah, this is a good idea.
Basically. No combat has broken out just yet, and if there is, it's just like a playful fighting between people, but no, engaged in conversation. Sorry, completely different thing there. They're more likely to kind of talk about stuff the more that you kind of get them talking, and the more drunk that you get them. People like to talk when they're drunk. So there are a couple of questions that kind of come around, or like, I don't even know what this means. And I kind of like a point at the different things, like, what does it mean for nectar pure of a flower? Like, is there a certain, like, a very particular flower? Is there only one of these? We're gonna have to fight to the death? And like, they kind of go on about just little pinpoint things about each line of that parchment.
Alright then. Should probably keep talking and just keep mingling with people until it starts to die down. Unless something goes on.
Okay. It seems like this might kind of carry on for a while. There's still quite a few people up in this plaza area, which a pan over to Lucan and Dog and Kimber and poor sad Sig.
I love Sig.
Me too.
He's a very nice brother. He's shy.
If he asks nicely, he might get something pretty from Lucan to give to the pretty lady.
Oh, I'm not sure if that thought has really come across his mind because he's still a little bit embarrassed that she just kind of walked off. So he's just kind of like facing his food. And after a little bit, he probably runs. Oh. Okay, I thought I muted myself for a second. But he's kind of facing his food for a little bit before he kind of walks off to go mingle with people as well. At some point, he probably actually goes up to Ijet's as well and is just like, "Oh, like you're really cool." Like, oh, the cake face. Yeah, that's basically him right now. And he'll probably ask her like what brought her here and like more so kind of the adventures behind that, and he probably talks to you about how he came from kind of a more wooded area here in Nashakra and kind of talks about that as well, just at least to get his mind somewhere else. And also so he doesn't just shovel food into his face.
Question: when he comes up, is Jet able to tell that he's feeling down?
Probably. He looks a little embarrassed. There's still a little bit of a flush over his freckled cheeks, and he looks a little down.
And other question: does he appear somewhat younger for a halfling, or like not like an older halfling?
No,
I don't know.
he's pretty young.
He's pretty young. Alright, well, seeing that he's sad and young, when the conversation gets going about adventures, Ajets will use her minor illusion to kind of create images to go along with the tale, try to cheer him up a bit.
Okay. You can kind of see a smile slowly come to his face, and he slowly kind of gets into it a little bit, and he actually seems to add a little bit into it. If there are any sort of like flora or kind of like terrain kind of thing, he uses druidcraft to be able to kind of add into that a little bit. So the two of them kind of have this small little performance. Actually, roll me a performance check.
Oh, I'm no good at performance, I don't think. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not bad at performance.
That's actually not bad. So, what is going on with my screen? Like, when you roll, and it's the last two times that you've actually rolled, but, like, two of your rolls, they, like, disappear, get eaten for a second, show the last message, and then, like, throw the roll back up there. And it's just like, what?
Game's just double checking the roll, you know, it's like, hey, this is the roll. Wait a second, let me look at the dice again. Yep, this is the roll.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually really cool. She's able to kind of use her own twists and kind of recall. Is she doing it more so when he's talking about his adventure or her adventures?
Her adventures, because she actually has like solid images in her mind for those illusions.
Okay, yeah. So the small or the minor illusion that she's putting out is actually a pretty. I don't want to say spot on, but it's beautiful. She's creating this kind of image that he's got those big old doe eyes looking at this, and after a little bit, as she's telling the story, he kind of follows along to add what he thinks to be the Rite again, like kind of flora or like terrain or anything like that to have like little effects of like the flower sprouting out or kind of other things he can kind of use for druidcraft as well. And he's more than happy to kind of spend the time doing that with you. We'll pan back over to Lucan now that Sig is kind of away. Kimber has food all over her face, but she's finished.
And so do Dog and Grass.
Yep, they are a trio of mess. What is Lucan doing?
Well, they're going to pull out a handkerchief and pretty much spit clean Kimber. And then prestidigitate Dog and Grass.
She's quite impressed at this. She knows it's kind of a minor magic thing, but as a barbarian, she has no real affinity for magic, so it's actually pretty impressive to her to see, not to be cleaned with a handkerchief. So that's probably pretty amazing to her too.
Yo,
but-
the dirt comes off? What?
Oh my gosh! Yeah, she's probably got. So not only does Lucan kind of get the food off of her face, but at least a layer or two of dirt and like dried grime. That's just probably sat there for the last who knows how long. She doesn't stink, thankfully, but you know, she's definitely not a very clean looking barbarian. All the dirt's probably hidden like as imposter freckles.
I'm trying to find a good GIF for this.
Turns out she doesn't actually have freckles. It was all dirt.
It's just dirt. But no, she's thankful. She's kind of happy about dog, or just kind of seeing Dog and Grass being magically cleaned all of a sudden. Bless. And she, after a little bit of just kind of hanging out for a moment there, she actually asks Lucan what they think about the parchment. She goes on to say that, you know, we'd heard the...
There we go.
Oh, she heard... Oh, she kind of brings up what Sig had said about, or I guess what both of them had kind of said a little bit earlier about, you know, kind of hearing the Ascension whispers and everything else, and what it could possibly bring, and how they're kind of doing it for, like, more so family reasons. And she looks to Lucan, kind of like cocking her head to the side a little bit and asking, are you gonna try and do this? Like, I'm not smart, so I don't really know what any of this means. I just know that there's a flower involved and blood, but I don't really know what flowers and blood have to do with being able to kind of find what you want in life.
Okay, so Taylor,
Yeah.
Lucan is a good deal smarter than I am.
Mm-hmm.
Would they have been able to pick something up from the poem, or just nah?
They would probably know, especially because where they are from, and they probably have a very good idea of most of Nashakra as a whole, besides Kaltavir. Nobody knows about Kaltavir.
We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about them.
We don't go to Ravenholm.
Just,
I was
just
thinking the same thing.
They probably know a little bit more about the flowers. Lilies, or rather, the stargazer lilies grow kind of in a couple of different places. They know of some kind of up towards, is it Avalon or Avalan?
Avalon.
Avalon, that's what I thought. I don't know why my brain was like, add the A in there. There's a couple of different places up there, kind of within the forest. They've seen a couple of different places, but that's been kind of iffy because it's mostly around what they know as like Fey ponds. And you get too close to that, and who knows what's going to happen.
Your eyeballs are going to dissolve.
Maybe.
You know, little things.
Yeah. And then, kind of like as an artificer, they kind of have a little bit more knowledge of like the plants and things. So like that kind of part of it makes a little bit of sense of like where they are, where they might find them. But the blood part of it is kind of weird. There's a lot of cursed stuff in the chakra. Who knows what that might be entailing. The brewing arts kind of tickles a little of their brain, and a strange rumor that was kind of sown throughout the entirety of the forest, the musical forest up there, of a being. Several different legends about this being that kind of rests within the pockets of Fey stuff happening. Some call her or think she's just a human. Some think that she's a witch of the woods. Some kind of think that she might be Fey herself. That there are all kinds of different legends. One being that she steals the blood of mortals in order to appease a prince of the Fey. Oh my god. Another is that she's kind of like a beacon to the lost. That kind of a lot of children that get lost in the woods end up finding her and finding their way back to the their settlements or back home or something like that. But it's never necessarily been proven. But you do know, kind of based off of what you see in the poem of that brewing arts, you know that she was told, or she was said to be able to have a very strange way of brewing teas, or just kind of different things that like artificers and alchemists might know how to combine different poultices or things like that. But all these gifts, oh my gosh.
Oh no, it just kind of like went. I don't know. I was
I'm
gonna try
really-
these gifts. Don't
I'm
mind
really
me.
happy that
The Iron
you're
Bull
telling us
wanted to
this.
come out. Just let him be.
No, he's not allowed right now. Sorry.
You're fine. But that kind of rings a little bit of a bell. I just laughed at myself, sorry. Just because it's kind of rumored, and to bring something up that's possibly involved with the forest and not just this immediate part of the swamp means that this could be very well versed across maybe all of Nashakra, but maybe even out into the different provinces of like Hanashar, the Isles, or whatever. And then again, the south with those, the coves and things like that, and the blooming flowers and the sands to the south immediately kind of wreck Lucan's brain of down into the very lower parts of Nashakra that Borovar and Nashakra have been fighting over for who knows how long. It's just an endless desert. That kind of comes into, it kind of comes into a couple of different areas that might have these flowers. Who knows? If they're hidden, that's kind of difficult to say. So there's bits and pieces that Luke can kind of piece together just off of their basic knowledge of everything kind of going around. But nothing too big kind of says like, oh yes, these two things together is going to make some sort of bomb and explode us all, or
You know,
some
Lucan
sort of-
could probably pull that off.
Yeah, probably.
Because explosions mean progress.
That's not wrong.
They tug the parchment poem thing back out of their pocket and consider it for a while before answering Kimber and saying, well, each stanza looks like it's in a different part of the continent. There are lilies further up north. That desert near the south with the sand and stuff. And rumors of interesting potion making and teas and brewing techniques in the forests. That's what's mentioned. My guess is it's kind of a suggestion to go all over the place and figure out where you belong specifically.
She kind of squints a little bit, looks at the paper, squints at it even more, looks back up to Lucan. Her eyes are basically closed at this point. She opens back up and she's like, I don't really know what that means. If we're supposed to go be able to take care of family or do whatever, why does that mean that we can find out what part of the world we're supposed to be in? Or is that... I don't know. I'm not good with stuff like this. I don't read very often.
Well, this ascension seems to be more about finding who you are as a person rather than achieving some no brain, only ascension. It seems to be more geared toward finding who you are as a person and achieving sort of a more stable understanding of yourself than it is about some big, great quest for power or treasure or what have you. So, maybe it's finding your home. Finding who or what your home is.
She kind of nods a little bit, kind of understanding that a little bit more than this piece of paper and strange riddles. And she kind of frowns a little. And then kind of like looks around for Sig. Wonders if he's actually thinking about any of this at all. And sees him doing some cool stuff over there with this very fair lady. And doing some cool druid craft with wild illusion magic's going on. She's just like, what in the fuck is going on over there? Shrugs a little bit and then hops off of Dog. And she tells Lucan, she's like, I'm gonna go grab Sig and go tell him kind of what you said. Not as smart. It's probably gonna sound really dumb, and he's probably not gonna understand what I'm saying at all. But I kind of want to see if he wants to go through this, because I don't know if finding our own home is gonna save family, you know?
Lucan kind of pats her on the shoulder, and nods and lets her go about her way. Dog looks disappointed and nibbles at her boots.
Oh. She gives Dog a couple of pats before she does leave. And she kind of hobbles off of, in a way, just to make sure her boot isn't stolen by Dog. And kind of wanders over to Sig, lets him kind of continue to do his thing, just kind of watches the very neat illusions, the pretty illusions, I should say. Before kind of nudging him, Ijetsu, you see the almost exact copy pasta of the male halfling, just with longer braided hair, and most of her face cleaned now, thanks to Lucan.
At least from like cheekbones down.
Yeah. Kind of come over and nudge him, and as she does, the druid craft that he was kind of practicing there falls away, and she kind of looks a little bit, not necessarily down, but kind of thoughtful, and kind of leans in to whisper something to him, and he kind of like tilts his head a little bit, and then looks back to the shifter, and it kind of like bows his head a little bit. He's like, I'm sorry, but I need to go talk with my sister about something real fast, but thank you so much for telling me about all of your adventures and showing me. It was really cool, and I hope I got all of my druid craft like kind of in the similar area as what you're talking about. If not, I'm so sorry. I've never been up north before, or really anywhere but here in Nashakra.
I said all of that with my mic muted. Haha, that was dumb.
The first of many.
Yeah, my headset has a thing where if I put the mic up, it mutes, and so I
Oh.
put it up because I was coughing and forgot to put it back down. She says your druid craft was quite all right. Anyways, have a good night.
Oh, okay, thanks. And he kind of like goes over and hugs like one of her legs. How tall is she?
She's 5'9".
Oh, okay. Yeah, she's hella taller than he's just a 3-foot halfling. So he comes over.
Oh, wait, 9 or 7? 9.
He goes up to about her hips.
Yeah, he just kind of like hugs her knee basically, and then quickly takes off.
Yeet.
The female halfling like shouts after him like, "Wait! Like why?" And then just quickly books it after him. They take off. We will pan back down to Vandrin. Vandrin is getting up to go back up to the plaza at this point. Which way does he take?
Same.
Same way? Just kind of this way and back up?
Yep.
Okay. Ezra, you see him wander off after just kind of sitting there reading this paper over and over. Probably just kind of in the peripheral as he wanders. Is Envis just kind of sitting or Staying
The
put?
same thing. He gives him a pat and tells him to stay.
Okay.
And assumingly kind of gets headbutt.
He probably just grunts and just kind of does what he do.
Yeah.
He's just stubborn, like, I'm probably not moving up into that area even if you tried to drag my ass up there. I'm bigger than you. Leave me alone.
Yeah. Typical Envis.
Yep. Mary, did you go back? You went back to the camp just to kind of pick at your food, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you could, depending on kind of where you have settled, you probably see Vandrin kind of sneak past and around back up into the area as well. And Lucan, are you still standing in the plaza?
Well, Kimber and Sig have ditched them.
Yep.
And there's not really anybody jumping at the bit to go and talk to them right now. So they're just gonna kind of make their way back over to their cart.
Okay. So
Just gonna
go ahead.
go straight pretty much that way. Yum.
And I made Mary's at like a little spot, right? Like right in here.
Okay.
Somewhere.
Actually, I can do this for you guys too if you'd like. Bonk.
Oh, well.
Can you control her? If you click on her and move her around.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll put Ezra down here. And then Vandrin's booking it, so I'll put him down in a second. And then we'll throw Wolf Girl up here. Not in the muck. Oh, that's still slatted over, but... Pew! I almost threw you in the muck, too.
No muck.
All the muck. Bleh.
The filth and the muck.
Muck. Quite literally, I was gonna say quite literally the Pokemon just comes up. Just kidding, guys. You're all playing Pokemon now.
Yes, good. Let's go.
Uh,
Fuck yeah, let's go.
Pokemon tabletop is pretty fun, I will say.
I don't know enough about Pokemon besides throwing Pokeballs at things and.
I mean, that's really all you need to know about Pokemon.
Yeah, you throw Pokeballs and you throw Pokemon at other Pokemon. That's literally all there is.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
And
Essentially.
you go Pikachu, use whatever the fuck you want. Here, I'm gonna take a nap.
Yeah.
As Vandrin comes up and around, there's still quite a few people up here. He does see the kind of pale-ish shifter kind of mingling amongst a bunch of different people. She seems very talkative. A lot of other people just kind of seem to start chatting it up with her as she talks to them. She kind of gives you a sense of close to home up in Hanashar. As you kind of a quick glance of coming up here and looking around. As you get up to the... No, what the hell? That snuck up on me, sorry. As you get up to the plaza and kind of squeeze your way through people, what exactly are you intending to do?
Seeing that the tables and everything are still there, he's going to try to see if there's when he went inside, did he see any other entrances?
Nope, there's just the one up in front. There were a couple of windows, one kind of next to the bar, and then two in the front, and then there was a back room. But otherwise, there was only one entrance.
Is there any way that he can kind of squeeze pass to get to the door,
Yeah.
then he'd do that.
Okay. As he pushes the door open, there's a younger woman who's kind of tending to, like, grabbing plates and things like that, just kind of trying to help clean a little bit of what she can. The bartender and the elder also back behind the bar with the bartender, seeming to talk about something.
He would wait until it seems that he's either caught their attention or that they're done talking.
It takes just a moment just to kind of finish the couple sentences that they seem to exchange with each other before both of them slowly kind of turn over to look at Vandrin. Bartender waves at him. He's like, "I kind of surprised you came in here when the feast is outside, but what can we do for you?"
I had a few questions, actually.
He kind of raises a brow and shrugs. "All right, what you got?"
So, seems that we need Stargazer Lily. That has to be at night. The blood of some cursed being. And find a flower to the south. He's kind of looking down as he's reading. The only one on here that gives any direction is the flower to the south, where would be a good place to look for the other two.
The bartender just kind of like looks at him and like slow shrugs. And the woman laughs at him. She just shakes her head a little bit. And she says, "Well, see, that's part of the rite itself. Is not everywhere has these items. But these are the items that are needed to be brewed together and formed with this catalyst and brought forth to drink to be able to bring you to that rite. Where you find it is completely up to you. If you know of a spot, I know Nashakra has fields of these stargazers in some areas, but they must be grown in groves of moonlight to be able to form a nectar pure. There's many cursed beings not even too far from here. They litter Nashakra, they litter Borvar, Honashar, and the Isles." She kind of like shakes her head, especially the Isles. It's your journey to figure out where you must go. And this is why many who try this alone do not have all of the information to be able to put together to come to the conclusions, to find these things, to bring them forth and complete the rite. That's why I did state that you are more than welcome to join forces with other adventurers, other beings that can help you to your own rite of passage, I suppose. There are probably many out there who might know where one of these stargazers might lie, but who knows if they've ever hunted something to catch the blood of a cursed being. Or maybe never have gone down to the south to understand where those blooming flowers might be.
Huh. Well, you've Been a great deal of help. Thank you. And Mandarin just kind of steps outside and shuts the door and just shakes his head, like, and looks down at the paper, like, figure it out myself, got it. And just kind of looks around. And at that point, I think he's going to start listening to see if anybody starts mentioning, like, where they might know, like, any stories or any, like, oh yeah, the Stargazers, Lily, that's, over here. Or, I know where those are. Like, blah, blah, blah. Stuff like that.
Because there's still quite a few people up in the plaza, the shifter that you had caught the gaze of seems to actually be kind of prying this information out of people. Um, she,
Hey, prying's a little more forceful when
well,
I'm going about it.
okay, she's easily collecting the information out of people, um, charmingly collecting them. There we go. And they're like little bits and pieces that Vantrin might be able to pick up. There are rumors that there are a couple of different areas that people had seen kind of trudging through the swamp. Small patches of these very bright, kind of purplish pink lilies. That are kind of surrounded by a couple of white lilies as well. Who knows? They didn't think this was important enough at the time of kind of trudging through swamp water, making sure they didn't get eaten by crocodiles or whatever else might be out in the swamp. Giant mosquitoes. There's whispers of these, like, mosquitoes as big as, like, dogs that are
I hate that.
flying around in certain areas, and it's like
What summer
terrifying.
in Hawaii's like.
Yeah.
Icky.
There are huge snakes that coil themselves around trees and then slowly sneak into the water or the muck. And another person had whispered, oh, yeah, like one of our buddies almost lost their leg because one of these snakes, we didn't even notice it was slithering through the swamp, came up and nearly took his whole leg off and swallowed him whole. There are a couple of other people who are kind of just confused in general about the blood of the cursed. They all kind of seem to have their own little stories of the superstitious monsters of the night, the cursed beings that you can kind of hear a little bit of everywhere. There's certain things from Borovar that sound kind of like werewolves. There are things out in the swamp that are very difficult to track, kind of rarely seen. There are certain things that sound like people are crying. Vandrin kind of knows some tales about these from several different things. He probably hears things from back home. Like there's just a bunch of things on the cursed parts of it. So that one seems like the most widespread of anything. A couple of people are really confused about the South, mostly because nobody really goes down to the desert. It's a giant wasteland of a barren desert. But they're stating if they have coves, it must be somewhere along the coastline. And something about freezing means that they have to be closer to an area that's a lot colder than just kind of the hot desert.
Yeah.
Another thing, and Ishitz, you're definitely getting this information as well. All these people are talking to you in the first place. About the brewing arts, there's the only thing that kind of comes up about that are rumors of, or not even rumors, just kind of like, well, what if that means like a witch? Witches kind of brew things in cauldrons and stuff, right? And kind of talk about that, but nothing else really kind of pops up about that.
Right then.
Or does he kind of just stick around for the most part to kind of pick up these little pieces?
Yeah. That's what he does.
Okay. And then
He would start making a mental note of kind of the more interesting people that he ran into. He'd probably head over in the direction where he had kind of. Well, okay, so he knows that Mary isn't in the south camp, right? So
yeah,
he would
she's up in the north.
assume she would be the north. He'd kind of make his way in that direction, seeing if she's met up with a group yet.
In which she still really hasn't. She's just kind of like looking the pamphlet over and everything, trying to figure shit out by herself.
I'm just imagining she's like, Hyven, please help me, and like holds the pamphlet or the parchment out, and he just eats it and just smiles at her. She's like, that's not okay, thanks.
I mean, if Ivan was right there, absolutely. I'm just kidding. She wouldn't actually hold it out to him.
What is Hyven doing? His best. It just drools all over the place.
It drools all over the parchment. Just like, okay.
This is fine.
This is all fine.
I appreciate the help, buddy. It's okay.
So yeah, Mary's just kind of sitting on what technically is being used as a bench, a giant fallen tree.
Okay. He would, what's she doing at the moment? He's just kind of sitting there looking and reading the thing.
She looks very deep in thought reading this thing. Like she's done with her food and like her plates are like off to the side a bit. But obviously like still close enough that she intends to like, you know, toss it eventually.
He would kind of like clear his throat a little bit and to try to get her attention and give like a excuse me.
Her ear fins will kind of like perk up and she'll turn to look at him. Like, oh, it's you. Hi.
Hi, I'm Hex.
Maria.
Do you by chance have a group yet?
She just kind of like looks around and just Obviously not. uh, sorry. Uh, no, I don't. Don't really know anybody here.
Well, the fact that I know where you, well, I guess not specifically where, but I know where you're from, and the fact that you've been from there to here makes me think that you're pretty capable. Would you, by chance, want to work together for whatever this is?
She thinks about it for a couple of seconds before eventually like looking back at him and just slowly nodding and just okay. I mean, I think this would be easier with more people than just me.
I agree, and was going to suggest that you maybe extend the offer to anybody that you've felt might be good to have in a group. I think I have one more person in mind, but I think he's going to take a little bit of convincing.
She kind of like tilts her head curiously. Like who?
Big, tall guy, dark skin, eye patch, not super friendly.
Oh.
Just the oh.
Oh.
He seems
I
pretty
mean,
capable.
yeah.
Who knows? Maybe you'll warm up to him. I don't think he likes me very much, but he's here for a reason, right?
I mean, that's fair. I mean, from what I've gathered, we all are kind of here for our own reasons.
Yeah.
I
I
want to
think
butt
I.
in. Oh,
Hmm?
I'm sorry. I just want to butt in real quickly. Lucan, you're actually close
Yeah.
enough to be able to hear this as well.
Yeah, they're listening in
Okay.
as they study whatever map or bit of parchment is in front of them.
Hex would kind of pipe up at this moment, kind of almost seeming like he forgot to mention something before he was about to walk away. Right. Probably should explain what I can do a little bit, so I'm just not tagging along for the ride. Um, I'm a fairly good tracker and hunter if we need to track down what seems to be a cursed creature of some sort. I might be able to, well, I should be able to find the trail and get us there.
And she nods slowly. And then, well, I mean, I'm a decent enough fighter. I've been doing it, I've been training all my life. And as you saw back there, that was at least the darker brown one is my companion. So if we find any of these things and they actually end up being heavier than we think, probably not.
Yeah.
Like you can lug around some stuff too.
All right, I think it's a good point. And then at that point would be cut off by the weird steel defender thing, clamp down on his boot, and he'd look down like, what the hell's?
It makes its weird noise at him and seems to smile.
At that point, I think Hex would kind of take a step back and then look to Mary and then look to this thing and go, "Is this yours?"
No, that's mine. Sorry about him.
Like, there's just like a little twitch of a smile just like breaking out when when dog does that though. She's trying.
Right. Well, what is this thing? Hex just kind of like looks it over.
Well, it's not living. It kind of is, but it isn't. It's made of bones and metal and fur and feathers, and it's kind of got googly eyes.
Well,
Right.
he's cute.
Well, he Hex just kind of looks to you between Lucan and Mary and just kind of doesn't really know what to say to that. He just kind of goes, right. And then he looks to Mary and goes, I'm gonna go talk to him and see what he says.
Okay.
A good person to maybe ask is that shifter girl who's chatting everybody up in the square. She might know. I don't know. I'll see you in a minute. He makes his way south.
Mary will just kind of like nod and then like kind of look over to see like where in the direction Hex is going. I'm assuming she also sees, or maybe not in the direction that Hex is going, but like where he points. If he points to over to where Izet's is,
Yeah,
like
he would motion over.
okay. So I would assume that Mary would see her and then just kind of like move to get up.
Yep.
And then looks over at Lucan. Um, I don't know how much you overheard, but would you by any chance be interested in joining us? Maybe?
I wouldn't mind. It sounds like you all would be going all over the place and would have need for various items. So my services could possibly prove useful.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. What did I miss for you guys? Just quick recap. What happened?
Dog kind of freaked Hex out, and Lucan was offered a place in the party before Mary kind of goes to talk to Ijet.
Izet's? Izet's?
Mm-hmm. And Hex would be making his way back south to go talk to Ezra at this point, but I'm letting Bryce and Cat do their thing.
Okay. So we're leaving off with Mary going back over to the plaza?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Lucan following or just kind of still kind of mapping out their area and where they might be able to go?
Lucan's gonna keep mapping things out. Um,
Okay.
Dog has Dog is probably going to follow Mary, though,
Mary, you
and
have
be helpful.
a new companion as it just follows along, and dogs.
Cute. She's not saying this outwardly yet.
I feel like
But
Dog is going to
internally,
end up eating, like, Hex's socks or something.
Probably. Okay. So Mary and Dog head on over to where they had last seen Ejets, over in the
Yeah,
plaza.
over in the plaza.
Yep, kind of what I had said
Right back.
a little bit before Ezra and Boaz, just to make sure that Boaz loved on his owner. The crowd's starting to kind of slowly thin out a little bit. People are kind of going back to their camp areas. They seem to kind of be doing what Hex is doing, and just like, you know what? You look capable. I kind of met you for even just a minute. Let's team up and do something. And they're kind of taking back off. A couple of people kind of seem a little bit interested in possibly grabbing the shifter as well. And then kind of at that point, a couple more leave down towards the south, including Tyburn, who has a full plate of just raw meat, kind of in a similar vein of what Mary did, going down, and Ezra did to go feed his Borka.
Orca.
Orca.
He kind of cuts through and goes off to the corral and lets out a shrill whistle, and the Borka comes barreling back over and kind of does the same thing, where it's only the last little bit of area before he skids to stop and throws a bunch of muck off into the side. It hits Tyburn right in the side of the face, and he's just like, gross, and just kind of like wipes it off and feeds him. Hex and Ezra see this happen. Envis kind of lets out a snort, grunt, snort thing. Boaz is too busy kind of nudging at Ezra. Kind of like how I had stated there too. It doesn't seem like Boaz really likes what he was shown. Whether that's just because he doesn't know how to read, and the question being asked of him is, I don't know. He kind of did that little thing where like the horses like lift up their lips and give like that little like weird wiggle and kind of show their teeth. That's what he did. And then he kind of just kind of buried his head back into Ezra's like crook of his neck, shoulder, and just kind of like, he didn't put his weight on him, but he knows like, I'm here. I just rest my head. Kinda, yeah. Except this creature also has carnivorous wolf teeth.
Teeth.
Yeah, horses are omnivores. I just want to remind everybody, and this one is definitely,
Yeah.
definitely so. I'll get to Hex and Ezra in just a moment. We will go up to Maria and Ishitz and Dog.
Yes. Okay.
Oh no!
Speaking of horses being omnivores.
Oh Lord.
Just when you think you're
No.
safe, never forget horses are omnivores.
Oh, it just straight up ate that. Oh God.
Yeah, if you look it up on YouTube, you can hear them pop.
Oh,
Ugh, no thanks.
Christ.
Yeah, that's yeah. It's also the shit that people post on Facebook too. Like, can you not? uh. So Mary's going to wait until there's like a break in conversation between Izetz and whoever she's talking to. before just
It doesn't take too long. She's probably talking to a half elf at the moment who's going on about something that they
How the
experienced.
aliens helped build the big cities.
But, you know, yeah, sure. We'll have a conspiracy theorist sitting there talking to
alien.
Yep, just the aliens thing. And kind of seeing the Triton move up with this very strange creature following after it. She kind of gives a slight brow raise and then steps back and stops directly in the middle of her conspiracy theory and then says, like, I seems that somebody else kind of wants your attention, and I'm gonna go get some more food. And slowly, like, slinks off to go bug somebody else about aliens.
Aw.
I'm glad for that because, yeah. Like, she wasn't gonna be rude and be like, "You're an idiot, shut up." But at the same time, it was like, "This is a waste of my time."
Oh boy.
So with
I
the half
didn't
elf
mean
gone,
to.
she lets out a small sigh of relief before turning to address the new person. Good evening.
Good evening to you as well. I didn't mean to interrupt, but it seems you're actually okay with me doing so.
Yes, if I had to listen to another few minutes of that aliens built the cities, I might have lost my mind.
That actually gets a little bit of a giggle out of Mary. Just a little bit.
Is there
But
something I can
she
help you with?
quickly composes herself. And she's just like, uh, yes. I was curious if you had a group already or not. And if not, do you want to join me and a few others?
Don't
And
particularly
like,
have a group yet, though who the few others are may help make or break the decision.
I mean, that's fair. Um, I think we're all meeting back over here, and she'll point back to where Lucan is, like that area ish.
So the northern camp.
Yeah. Sorry, I was like brain fart. Anyway.
You're good.
um, I mean, obviously, it's all up to you, but if you would like, uh, I personally am going to go back over there and return this one back to its owner because it seems to have followed me. Not that I mind.
Well, if it's all the same with you, I'll follow you back over and make my decision when I meet the rest of your group. Inside of Jess is like, if there's any
Yeah.
of them that mention aliens, I'm out.
Well, so far, not from what
That's
I've
all in her
heard.
head.
Oh,
Oh no.
but you know, I mean, yeah. So she's just gonna be like, okay. I mean, feel free to do whatever, but yeah. She's obviously not good at talking, but that's also just me. as a person. I'm not good at talking. I'm sorry.
Big mood.
Yeah, we're all playing D&D. I feel that's true for probably a lot of us.
I mean, yeah, but still.
I'm sometimes proficient at verbal barfing, but actually talking?
Yeah, same.
Verbal barfing is pretty much what the beginning of my job entails, and then I can usually get people to go to sleep.
I see you work
So,
for audible.com.
uh, close.
close but not quite. So, Mary will actually lead them back yeah, over to the thing.
And that will follow.
Yeah. Oh god.
Yum.
Oh lord. Yeet. Yum.
Jet-powered steel defender.
Oh god. We need it, precious.
I was just gonna say, I'm just imagining Dog with like rocket boots now.
Like K9 from Power Rangers.
Oh my god. Okay, so sorry. Just making sure. Ishit's went with Mary back to the camp, or is she just kind of hanging out in the?
No, yeah, she'll follow back over.
Okay.
I forgot I can move myself.
You're fine.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure because I'm like, hold up.
Oh, and Mary would have also introduced herself, but because I may be stupid, I completely spaced out on that.
I feel that.
Eh. Oh.
We will go ahead and cut back over in just a moment to Hex coming back down. I just want to make sure. Something gets said. Or typed. Whatever. Same thing, right? Vandrin makes his way back down. He finds Ezra in the same spot with the big ass horse wolf head kind of plopped onto his shoulder. And is Ezra just kind of sitting there, or has he kind of occupied his time with something else other than the parchment?
Well, I would say his back is probably turned to the fire.
Mhm.
Quietly muttering to himself, and then if he hears somebody coming over, he tucks what he's doing away and turns around.
You'd see Hex walking towards you.
He gives a little nod, kind of confused.
As he got a little bit closer, he'd ask, or he'd say, I don't think I ever introduced myself. I'm Hex.
X. Interesting
It's
name.
a nickname.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Ezra.
He kind of put his hand out for the man to shake.
Ezra stands and like brushes himself off and shakes his hand.
You don't seem to be in a group yet.
Yeah. Uh, People aren't quite my thing.
I mean, I think it would make both of us, that put both of us in the same boat. But I figured, well, why not work together? Better than being dead, right?
Ezra gives him a curious look. Um, so you're going to chase after this Rite of Ascension?
I'm not sure what I really make of all of it, but I figured throw my hat in the ring and see how it all plays out.
He kind of considers his words and cocks his head to the side lightly and goes, you have something you're after?
I'm assuming
Something.
I would imagine that anyone who didn't leave after what they heard from the elder probably has something that they're after.
He nods. That's fair enough to say.
Mine's information on a person or a clue.
Interesting. So, do you have any clues at this point of where these things might be? Because I've been reading over it and I don't have the faintest myself.
For the lilies, no. And the flower to the south is kind of one that is given to us. The only issue that I see is the cursed beast is a little vague. So I figured we could do some compiling of a little knowledge from other people, see if anybody's heard anything. It's also kind of the benefit of being with a group. Though I do know if there is talk of any creature, I could probably get us there.
Oh,
I'm a fairly decent tracker. Have you ever been to Honashar?
I have never left Bonya myself.
Alright. Well, let's just say it's cold and it's hard to live up there, and I made a living of going out into the cold and the hard and bringing back monsters. People. Though people can be monsters sometimes too.
Ezra's a little quiet at that. He nods. And that's how you got your gun.
It is, like I had said to you before.
Yeah.
Does
What?
this bother you?
No. Uh, what kind of people were you hunting? Murderers?
Yes, he killed a guard and tried to poison a banquet.
You did say that, I believe.
Yeah, I
But
believe I
just
did.
in
Or
general, do you...
hunt
What sort
people?
of... Yeah.
No, I hunt monsters, beasts, things that cause problems for. He kind of gestures back to the village folk, people who can't protect themselves. Why don't you come along with us? You'll see, and if I don't live up to what I'm saying, you're welcome to find a different route.
Sure. Why not?
Fantastic. We're meeting in the North Camp if you'd like to join us.
Alright, I'll meet you up there.
Okay. A general or question to the DM.
Yes.
The so the Borovarian, was it one of the zebra hounds too, or
Yeah.
Borovar and zebra hounds.
is the one that Ezra have with him seem okay?
What do you mean by okay?
Well, you Hex wouldn't know, but you had mentioned that it kind of gave like a stag face.
Yeah.
Okay. You would see um Ezra as a little black wisp, probably about the size of, maybe 3 to 4 inches, would kind of swirl up and around Hex and kind of land on his shoulder, taking a small humanoid form. It would match the kind of ivory. Uh, it looks like it's ivory, and somebody either marked it with charcoal or burned pieces, like a pattern into it. And you see this little humanoid-esque thing with a similar mask, though the design on it is different. And it apparates there. And it kind of pokes him in the side of the head and then gestures to the zebra hound. And he looks over and goes, do you mind if Pin talks to your... And he just gestures to the zebra hound.
Ezra points to the little thing. Pin.
Yes. He's a... Oh, what is it? You see as he kind of racks his brain for a minute. Elemental, I believe. They're called Chwinga. He kind of follows me around. And at that, Pin, kind of like smacks him on the side of the head. He just shakes his head and slight smile. He's my friend. They're nature spirits.
Sure. Go ahead.
He nods, and you see his Pin turns back in that little wisp again, and starts like gesturing towards the zebra hound, and would cast Speak with Animals. Pin would ask the zebra hound what he thinks of the place.
Boaz would probably answer, "It stinks. Don't like paws and squishy mud. Meat was yummy. And kind of lots of people."
Yeah. You see his Pin is like gesturing wildly, and Hex just goes, "Huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah." Envis said the meat was good too. Hmm. I think Pin likes your friend.
Interesting.
If you have any bits of leather, I'd maybe um, try to make him a few boots. He doesn't seem to like the squishy earth on his feet. And at that, he would gesture for Pin to come back, and he'd turn into a little spirit, that little inky black bit of mist, and hit or just kind of evaporate into his the mask that he keeps on his hip. Envis moves. What's he doing? Oh God. Um. Oh, go ahead.
Ezra looks down at uh Boaz's feet and then back up to Boaz, like, I don't know if you'd wear shoes. Do you want to wear shoes?
Boaz seems very uncomfortable wearing shoes. He doesn't like the mud, but he's sitting there like how, because his front paws are like a wolf's, he's sitting there like a dog with mittens on their feet that do that little thing where they like kind of move their leg out to the side and like, oh God, what is this?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yep. It's just with the front two paws though. The back two are hooves. He's used to like horseshoes, but the front paws he normally doesn't have anything touching.
He doesn't like the squishy, but doesn't like the shoes.
Yeah, it's just kind of a lose-lose for him.
You just gotta cast fly on him.
Just levitate the horse wolf.
Yeet.
I don't have it yet, but I get it eventually.
Yeah. Hex would kind of nod and head off into the direction of the north camp. He sees that Envis has kind of meandered away. He goes, "Yeah, what are you doing?"
So it follows after.
He's like, "No, Envis, I need you to stay close." God damn
He follows after a moment of being stubborn
it.
and heads up to the camp with you guys.
And you wonder why I name you Envis. Okay, sometimes.
I'm just moving up here so you can. Boom. He's probably in people's stuff over here.
You just step through.
Right in someone's bedroll.
Yeah.
It's a giant, like, half grizzly bear, half mountain goat.
He's probably eating the vegetables or something that's just right here.
Just massive mushy paw print right in that person's pillow.
Yeah.
Yep.
On their face if they were in bed.
He'd be like,
Icky.
It's like being wet palmed, but worse.
he just kind of motioned for him to come over and just scourge, like, right where his, like, little billy goat beard might be.
He gives a slightly less frumpy face as he just kind of like lifts his head and gets the scritches. And this little tiny baby tail just goes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you wanted. You wanted attention.
So, Hex has brought along a new friend and his bear goat mount. Did
Well,
Boaz
his
stay
bear
behind?
goat mount decided to come along.
Did Boaz come along, or did he stay back at the camp?
There's not a lot of room for Boaz, so I think Ezra would have had him stay.
Okay. So, looking across the camp, it is getting darker. It's kind of more toward the evening, and the sun is almost set at this point. Actually, we will. Oh, I wonder if I can do this. Let's see. We'll move to night.
Ooh.
All the characters are crisp and the background's like super blurry. There it
Yeah.
goes. It's like, oh no, I lost my glasses. Whoom.
My glasses, my glasses. I can't see without my glasses.
So it's not quite this dark just yet, but as the sun is slowly setting and falling behind the canopy of trees on the outside of this kind of open clearing of the swamp area, the residents actually start going around to light some of the torches. And the campfires are still going at this point. There's more wood put onto the over the coals just to make sure that everything kind of stays lit and that everybody has the light. You all now find yourself kind of grouped up in a little area. A bunch of the other adventurers are kind of grouped up as well, kind of getting themselves hyped up about this weird quest for kind of finding what's true to them, what they really desire, and how they're kind of going to go about it. Hex arrives back up with Ezra. No Boaz. He's still back down in the southern camp. However, Bear Goat comes along with, stepping on another adventurer's bedroll, who immediately is like, "Hey, what are you?" And then turns around to see Giant Bear Goat and goes, "Oh, okay." And just kind of collects their stuff and kind of moves it out of the way just in case it seems to want to roam back down to
And
maybe
eat them.
Yeah. And Sig has slowly, at some point during all of this, crept behind Lucan, just kind of sitting next to Dog. Kimber's running around, just being a wild halfling. She's probably nowhere to be found at the moment. She's just kind of running around, who knows where. But you all have slowly kind of come to a small group. What would you
I
guys...
found a gif of a dog and Sig. There you go.
Aw.
It's cute.
Dog has relaxed and just kind of plopped into Sig's lap.
Yeah.
That guys,
It's
I have to go
cute.
check a bag of frozen chicken for listeria.
Ew.
Yeah, Tyson's Foods is recalling certain things made between December 2020 and April 2021.
Oh,
Yeah, so 1 second, I'll be right back.
okay. Kind of hard to check something between that time frame if you've already eaten it and thrown it away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this should be
Thankfully,
recalled.
we don't eat a whole lot from Tyson.
No.
I think the last time we had chicken tenders were the ones that I made.
Yeah.
Ooh, I should make katsu again.
Oh. I'm
Do
like
it.
slightly drooling.
I need Worcestershire sauce, though.
Worcestershire sauce.
Yeah. If you mix it with ketchup, it makes katsu sauce.
Mmm.
Yeah, I had a bottle of katsu sauce, and
Interesting.
we made ramen with it, and Tay was like, "This tastes like ketchup."
That's pretty much what it is.
Well, it's not the bag I currently have, so if it's the bag I already ate, then oh well.
Wait, I said that as soon as you left. I was like, it's kind of hard to check something that you've already eaten in that time frame, anyways. So
Well, I didn't have any of the supposed side effects of what listeria can cause, so guess I'm good.
I guess I'll
I'm also
die.
not. I'm not dead yet, so.
I want pizza rolls. Yes.
We'll throw an Elmo
Are you
thing
fucking
because I have
kidding
Elmo.
me? Fucking throwing your owl at me isn't gonna fucking help, man.
No, but bouncing it off your mic might.
I mean, you bought these, so that's no loss for me.
Yeah.
Bam. No, stop.
So, the party has gotten together, I guess.
Yep.
Hex would just. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Let's say Hex would just look to Maddie, and oh, I found him.
I see that,
All of you see.
and I found
Oh, go ahead.
it's that.
Rick has
And-
disappeared for just a second, so anything that has to do with Ezra has to wait for a second. What are you making,
True shit.
Alec? Oh. Oh my god. There's a demon in the kitchen making pizza rolls.
Ah, yes, my favorite kind of demon.
Hey, little mama, how you doing? Would you like some of my pizza rolls,
Yes.
Please.
Taylor?
Oh,
Damn.
me?
Damn it.
I might have a few.
Motherfucking pizza rolls, baby!
I heard that through my mic, not yours, Alec.
I know, I put my mic there because I was gonna blow my microphone if I wouldn't have done that. If I would have done that out loud. It's a good way just to piss everybody off because that's just loud.
I just
That
have the
loud.
dumbest mental image of Seer going and doing that.
Yes.
He'd just walk in the mansion part and then like kick the door in and look at everybody and go,
Oh, I was on mute that time.
"Ooh, motherfucker.
You can do it again.
I'm not gonna do it again."
Do it again.
Yeah.
I'll do it when Rick's not right next to me, so I don't yell at him again.
Damn.
Fair enough. Have a good day.
Is Buckley in there, or is he drugged out of his mind
Nah,
still?
he's drugged out of he's tripping balls in the basement right now.
Okay.
I mean,
God, why can't that be me?
Come here, you crackhead cat. Okay, goodbye.
probably go get you Siren's drug turtle.
Listen, cat dip don't do shit.
I mean, sure, with that attitude.
I mean, yeah.
What'd you make, Stinky? Oh, leftovers? I made big motherfucking porterhouse steaks yesterday.
Oh, I'm jealous.
Like, they were fucking huge. They took up the plate. And then we had mashed potatoes and gravy and
You're not getting that back. You know that,
homemade
right?
mac and cheese.
Sirloin right now.
Yesterday, eat like a king. Today, eat like a fucking college kid gremlin.
I mean, yeah.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Is Rick back with the headphones on? No. Oh, there's a murder cat in your seat. Here, let me help you out. Nick, no, I gotta see her.
She's
I wanna
like,
see her. I got her belly, but
"No."
she can't do nothing about.
She's
She's like,
like,
I fucking
"Please."
hate this.
And pictures.
Of Kitty?
Kitty pictures.
she
No, she
ran
ran
off.
away. She got
Kitty.
upset that I rubbed her tummy.
Kitty.
Kibby.
Rick had her like a small child, where like you pick a cat right up under the armpit, and its arms are like,
Yeah. Long cat.
Yeah.
yeah. And then because she was like that, she can't claw the shit out of me, so I rubbed her tummy, which she hates.
That was her
Ah,
earlier.
kitty.
She's a little hellion,
Kitty.
is what she is. She might be cute, but
love-
she's a miniature version of actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf.
Jesus Christ.
That is a long motherfucking. That's a bobcat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those things are fucking evil.
Yeah.
It
Hey,
kind
little
of gives
stinky.
that look of like, how did I get here?
Just
Why is it
reconsidering
me?
my life choices, BRB.
Do you want to take a picture of her?
Oh, I don't know if I can before she claws your eyes out.
Hey, sweetheart.
That bobcat looks like me when I re-enter society.
Very long.
Whenever I have to go out and whenever I have to go back out in public. Just looking around like, what the fuck am I doing here? Oops.
There you go.
Oh, cute.
Ah, she's so cute.
She's not happy.
I want to
No.
jiggle the belly. I wish to jiggle the belly.
She would be very upset. All right.
I don't care if she chooses violence. I love her.
Some sacrifices must be made for happiness.
Yes. I miss Honey. I want to jiggle the belly.
Sharon will let you do that. She'll just roll over and like, love me.
Yes, good.
My mom's got a huge, like 20-pound calico cat that is just fat as all can be and is old.
A baby.
And doesn't care.
A baby.
No.
A child.
It's been a murderer. A child.
All right. So will y'all meet up?
Yep, you guys see
Yep.
an Ezra. Ezra, you probably saw a couple of these people kind of out and about, but just because you've kind of kept a little bit more to yourself, these people are completely new, minus Vandrin. You seem to keep running into him, or he keeps running into you. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, they set up camp like a stone's throw away from one another. It's gonna happen.
Well, yeah, but they also ran into each other in the
Yeah.
tavern and back out into the plaza. So,
Yeah. Hex will motion to Ezra and then kind of motion to everybody else. This seems to be the group. Why don't we introduce ourselves and say what we're good at, so we all have an idea. I'll start. I'm Hex. And a good tracker. I can find us a way to go if there's any tracks to get us there. Any motions to Mary?
And Mary will probably stand up because I think she was just sitting down and while she was waiting. Just all right. Well, I am Maria Lorelei. I'm a fighter, and I can help just keep you all safe. My companion is over in the corral over there, and he's been pretty good help to me as well over the years that I've had him, just fighting things. So I can help keep you all safe. Yeah. Ow. Just kind of. It's very obvious that it's been a while and like she's not used to being surrounded by people anymore.
It's been a while.
Been at sea a long time.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a few months. What is. What are words?
Does Vandrin motion to another person, or does he just let everybody kind of sit in silence?
Seeing the fact that nobody else is speaking up, he would motion to Ezra.
Sorry, I have a mouthful of food.
Sorry.
Give me just 2 seconds.
That's okay.
It's like when a waiter comes over when your mouth is full, you're like, fuck, hold on.
You just
Anything
look
else?
into
Your
the
mouth
eyes
is full,
and
and they're like,
spit.
I see, and walks away.
You
Or
look
when your
dead-
grandma asks you a question while your face is full of just anything.
Grandma food.
That's when
Yeah.
you pull a power move and look them dead in the eyes and spit everything out and just say no, and then continue eating.
Oh, that would have got me slapped if I did that in front of my grandma.
Yeah, I would have gotten a slipper to the face.
I meant more along the lines for like a waiter, but
Oh.
Depending on where I did it, I still might have gotten a slipper to the face.
Wait,
Yeah.
just takes off his slipper.
the wrath of Chongla.
Okay, Ezra sort of stands a bit straighter. Ezra Lowe, I am a fighter myself. I have some powers based on my oath. And
Visible confusion on Van Rin's face.
I that's Boaz, and he points over his shoulder all the way back to the south camp.
Most of you don't really catch what Ezra means by oath
A Boaz.
or a Boaz.
An oath. Okay.
So you're married?
That's a bit of a touchy subject.
I figured more of a man of conviction, but are you married?
I was.
Oh. So we'll say it was man of conviction, strong morals and all.
I suppose.
Ezra just sweats.
Are you married?
Me, heavens, no.
On the topic of marriage, Mary's just kind of like
Wait,
just not
who'd you ask that question
uninterested.
to? Who did Ezra ask the married
It was to
question to?
Hex.
Oh.
Because
Me?
he was
Oh,
the one
yeah.
that doubled
Sorry.
down on it.
Yeah. But Mary overhearing it just looks a little uncomfortable.
No, that would be something that. Quick question to the DM. If Vandrin wanted to get married, would that be something that he would have to ask his lord about?
No.
Okay.
Mainly because he is not
It's
indentured.
not. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. No. Can't say it's crossed my mind or have fancied anybody enough. I feel like that we got off on a weird start. And then he points to Lucan. How about you?
I'm Lucan. This is Dog. They lay their hand on top of the strange looking bird, dog, cat, robot
Patufin
thing. Yeah. As it makes a weird noise.
I can say you definitely have an interesting dog.
Yeah. I am a traveling merchant.
Ezra sort
Most
of perks up at that.
most of you can actually see the cart not too far away as well. Everything's packed up, but there's still a cart kind of not too far off the area you guys are sitting at.
And
Sorry.
are you only a merchant, or do you adventure as well?
I tinker some. I try not to get involved in combat. Don't quite have the physique for it. They say as they gesture expansively to themselves.
No, but you do have a dog.
Question: what is Lucan's physique actually?
Um, well, they
Not
are
different.
about yeah,
Very
they're about
thin.
6'2" and 115 pounds.
Oh, okay. I weigh more than you at 5'9".
Yeah,
Not a
Lucan's like
whole lot more. I'm a 137, but still.
Lucan
You
does not look well, is what that
Ah.
is.
Lucan looks rail thin.
Yeah. Really thin.
So you would say that you don't have much of what a constitution for adventuring then, or that you just prefer to. He looks to Dog and is still just confused about what he's looking at. Let Dog handle it.
I try to avoid combat where I can. And what combat I do get into, I prefer to take at a longer range.
Understand. And he would motion to. Is it Izjets?
Yes.
Yeah.
Before I introduce myself, I do need to ask one question. And she just kind of glances around. Do any of you believe aliens built the major cities?
That actually gets a snort out of Lucan.
I think Hex's.
And a bit of a snort out of Maria too.
I think Hex's face of visible confusion just grows.
Sir looks very confused and side eyes Hex. Like, is this really what we're going to be going with?
I would say no. I don't believe anyone here believes that the major cities were built by aliens.
Jet sighs in like intense relief. There is a half elf earlier you would not believe who kept talking and talking about the aliens, and I was about to go mad from it. Anyways, my name is Jet. I'm quite potent at talking, rather hard to hit, and hit back rather decently.
Good to know. Aliens, really?
Apparently, I've never heard something so outlandish.
But outlandish aliens.
Go to timeout right now. Bing.
Nice. Timeout's over.
Pizza rolls for my get out of jail free card. Yes.
Same, sister, same.
After everybody introduces himself, the bear goat kind of just like gently rams into the back of Hex.
He just kind of like headbutts him.
Yeah.
Right. This is Envis. He's my longtime friend and our, I guess, resident Honasharian grizzly goat.
He kind of grunts and then goes back to eating stolen vegetables from the bedroll that he stomped all over. He had gotten jealous of Ezra saying something about Boaz, but didn't get introduced to the group.
Aw, poor baby.
He's something interesting. That's for sure.
Kind of at
And
this.
it's nice to meet you all.
Sorry.
That was it.
Go ahead.
Awkward silence after that.
You all as well. Shall we reconvene in the morning? Take off at sunrise?
That sounds like a reasonable time to leave.
And I suppose we should do a little bit more conversing before that, then. Specifically about if anybody knows where the items on our lists might be.
Have
At
some
that,
ideas,
Mary
at least.
kind of. Sorry.
No, if World Trigger, go first.
Fair enough. At the mention of like the thing of like the list of things, essentially, Mary will kind of like wave her hand just a little bit and just. I think I have an idea for one of those things, though I don't like it.
That
Um,
being
the blood of the cursed. I'm
That
from the
being-
Isles. I'm from the Isles of Kantar, and
Ah.
so there's a bit of island called the Broken Isles, and it's not. That's the
I'm-
only place that I can think of aside from deep down into the ocean. But
Isles, as in across a large expanse of water.
yes,
Okay.
I mean that's the only place that I would know where we can get the blood of the cursed, unless anybody else knows. Because I personally would prefer not to go there.
Yeah,
It
I
is a-
think
Go ahead.
I think looking at our other options might be a good idea.
That is rather far. It is
Well.
something to keep in mind, though it might be a little bit more advantageous for us to look a little closer.
Yeah,
There are places all over the forest that grow stargazer lilies. Finding some shouldn't be too hard.
On
Well,
top of that, some of the other adventurers are rather loose and talkative with their ideas of what some of the rest of this might mean and where it may be.
Yes.
That's good to
Oh,
hear.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into the details right now. There's a whole bunch of it, and I don't remember it all, actually.
They were basically kind of like tales of walking through the swamp and seeing some of the flower or the lilies
Yeah.
surrounded, like the purple pink of stargazer when you kind of think of normal stargazer lilies, surrounded by white lilies. But most people weren't thinking that this was important, didn't really track where they were, especially just kind of out in a swamp, kind of talking about all the weird creatures and things that they found out there to kind of prove like I was just trying to book it. A couple of people about the south had said that it's just a big sprawled or sprawling desert. And most areas of that desert are going to be pretty hot. So there's probably only some spaces of the south that would actually give you coves of almost freezing areas. So it kind of narrows down the search just a little bit. And then the other things were about the brewing arts. Most, if anything, about that particular part had been, oh, hello, big boom. Had been kind of whispered that there are witches out in the swamp, out in the woods. They brew things all the time, kind of things like that. That's the only thing that they might know. Lucan, however, does know a couple of strange whispers and different legends or myths about somebody out in the forest. Though, if they want to share that strange fae part, that's completely up to them.
Yeah, sure, they'll relay that. Might as well.
So it's basically the tales of either a witch or a young woman or somebody, maybe even fae themselves, that resides out somewhere near a fae blessed pond or lake, and some are rumored to brew a something called like a blood brew, to basically like steal the blood of mortals to keep them
Down to their will or something.
kind of that, and also to appease like a fey prince. It seems like she always stays young from those kind of whispers, or it's a beacon of like hope to the lost, and mostly it's like lost children are guided kind of back to their homes or to whoever they were separated from by this woman in a green cloak.
Well, that's not troubling at all. I grew up with stories of the Fae. I can't say any of them particularly end very well for most people.
Most people are also uh, going into interactions with the Fae with the wrong mindset.
I'm inclined to agree. What
We turn
about
in
the
for the night and reconvene in the morning.
Sure. Well, all of you get the rest that you'll need.
Well, then, everyone, have a good night, and I will see you all again in the morning. And Ajech will head back to the southern camp.
Sleep well.
Cool. So the shifter heads back down to the south. Does anybody stay to chat, or does everybody kind of slowly go back to their own spots to kind of let the night pass and sleep?
Well, Lucan's cart is like right there, so they'll probably wait for other people to turn in before going and doing their own thing.
Cool.
Mary will get up and go, and will say her goodnights before going back over to the corral. And actually looking to bring out Hagan this time.
So she's gonna bring him out.
Yeah,
Okay. He seems excited to be.
without
Oh, go ahead.
bringing any, without bringing out the others, obviously. Like making sure no others get loose.
He's very happy to reconvene with his owner. Um, he happily kind of like bounces out, and you can see like dried mud bits kind of stuck to him, and then his little algae hat had sunk off onto like a part of his shoulder. Somehow that still stuck to him, even though he like was rolling around and playing pretty rough with the other Borka.
Yeah.
But most of the other animals have either kind of calmed down or kind of have slept as well or started to fall asleep. And so he'll happily come out with you and just basically kind of like closing the corral behind you. He's sitting there wagging his tail ready to go wherever you're going.
I mean, she'll make her way back over to. I mean, she's gonna find a spot that's less lit up and just kind of like rest over and kind of like lay down to rest over there and like basically use Hyvan as a pillow.
Aww. He, basically kind of getting the hint. He, does the thing where, like, dogs will circle, like, 10 times to find, like, the perfect spot and everything before he plops
Yeah,
and is ready to be used as pillow.
yes. And Mary just kind of like flops on top of him, basically.
He
Like
loves it.
like not like how it hurts, but just bleh.
Oh. There's no problem. Some people who are kind of already kind of cuddled into, or not cuddled, but huddled into their bedrolls or kind of just tucked into the tents and getting ready for the night's end, are looking at Mary like, what the fuck? Because of this big ass thing. And they kind of like Boaz give Mary and her shark hound a wide berth if they have to walk around at all.
Little do they know that Hyvan is friendly. But that's okay.
He looks like it, but those teeth seem to say something different.
I mean, yeah, but still, he's a puppy.
Could all be a ruse just to lose some fingers.
Shh, he's a puppy. He's a good boy, and I will not stand for this slander. Not that I'm gonna say he hasn't taken fingers before, but you know, it's whatever.
No one has to know.
Yeah.
No one would know.
Ajet
People
says,
just wake up in the morning missing fingers.
oh god.
Nah.
You just see that you like your like leg from like the knee down is gone, and this big motherfucking fish dog thing with a smile like an angler fish, just big fucking half open mouth, big grin, and your legs just sticking out of it. It's like, oh, okay, guess I'll die.
This is fine.
Yeah. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Cool. What are Hex and Ezra gonna do?
Hex was a little worried what Invis would do with dog, but he seems to not much mind him, and calls him to head back down with him.
And was probably like lightly nudges one of his horns into Dog and then just trots after Hex.
Ezra heads back and probably following Hex, and as he curls up for the night, he has Boaz curl up as well, but back to back.
Okay.
Hex is just gonna have Invis kind of lay down on his side like he normally does, and then sleeps in the little circle that his front and back paws make, and just kind of like lays up against him.
Cool. So generally, minus Lucan, everybody seems to kind of bed down and get ready for sleep. Um, does anybody kind of stay up for a while, or is it kind of just one of those things of I've been traveling for so long, I have food in my stomach, now it's sleep time? It seems like everybody else is able to go to sleep. I feel a little safer here.
Um,
I mean, that's pretty much how Mary is right now.
I think Hex would get comfortable and then let all the Chwinga kind of out and about and kind of jump around and do as they do around him and Envis for a while.
What about Ezra?
Ezra pretty much goes to sleep immediately. It's just the military training, you know.
Yep,
The moment he gets a chance to lay down, he's out.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Damn, I wish that were me.
I wish
I
that were
mean,
me in
same.
real life.
Same. Um, what about you, Shets?
Probably stay awake a bit longer, just like looking around and watching stuff.
Okay. Um, the as the village or Thorpe kind of comes to a lull, everybody seems to kind of be going back to their houses if they do reside here in Evon. There really aren't anybody else kind of frequenting the paths. Torches are still lit. Any windows that kind of show through houses, most candlelight has been snuffed out. Most of the adventurers are kind of easing into that sleep as well. Tyburn seems to be kind of manning the campfire down to the south and eventually puts it out before he too goes to sleep. There seems to be a lantern kind of set out to at least have some sort of light around them, but it's not bright enough. Oops, for a fire, like it, or rather, like a campfire. Up to the north is kind of the same thing, though there are a couple of. There's an elf up there who's kind of watching the fire at this point, considering they don't have to sleep. They're just keeping the actual campfire going a little bit longer. As everybody does fall asleep, Lucan continues to carve out some bone. And just kind of work with their wares and kind of do their thing. Everything out in the swamp, there's crickets, there's kind of the soft sound of just, I don't necessarily want to say like lapping water like the beach or waves, but just things out there slowly kind of stirring the water up. I would like Lucan to make a perception check for me.
Oh Lord. Here we are. First shit roll of the night from me. Let's see. It's that button. Yep,
6.
that checks out.
Totally average.
Lucan's probably too focused in on carving into the bone. What are they working with?
Oh gosh.
Like, are they trying to make like a bracelet or something very intricate?
Probably just dicking around with a knife in the bone and not really trying to make anything, but that's how most of their jewelry is made. So
Okay.
they'll poke holes in it later. So tinker's tools, maybe, depending on what's in them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you have a wood carver set?
I think bones.
No.
Okay, then yeah. Tinker's tools would be fine. If you're just idly meandering, or kind of idly fidgeting.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about music. My bad. I didn't realize the other one had run out already. Um, Everything kind of seems serene, which is interesting for Nashakra itself. Lucan's very used to all kinds of different noises out here.
Yeah. The serenity probably would make Lucan uncomfortable. Just as a general rule.
Yep. It's just their kind of general rule. Silence is.
Silence is bad.
Yeah.
Quiet before the storm type stuff.
Yeah.
For a moment, things kind of get a little bit quieter, but there's still kind of the chirping of the crickets or whatever noise that they make. And the soft like stirring and of the water kind of goes away for just a moment, but it's not anything to kind of cause alarm. Nothing that Lucan's kind of used to. The campfire crackles and the sound of the carving tool kind of moving into the bone is kind of what Lucan hears most around them as they kind of just focus on their project. The other elf that's sitting at the kind of the opposite end of the camp, I guess opposite of Lucan, kind of over in this area, kind of perks up for a moment and then goes back to what they were doing as well. And finally, when it gets to that point that they do need to sit in trance, they actually go up to Lucan and ask if they need the light of the fire anymore because they're going to put it out.
Lucan will quietly tell them, no, it's okay. Just go do your thing.
Okay, so they come over, sniff the fire out. So there's just kind of slow burning coals, and gets back to their little area of camp and sets up so they're able to trance.
And at that point, Lucan would probably bed down as well.
Okay. With that, it seems kind of an eventless night, and Lucan's able to trance for their full 4 hours. Everybody else gets to sleep for their long rest, and in the morning, light kind of peeks over the canopy of the trees in the clearing, and sorry, I thought my computer froze for a moment. Great. I was gonna choose violence like Bryce did.
Always choose violence.
Always.
I think this would be a good place to go ahead and stop for the evening if everybody's okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that's fine.
That way we don't get too far into everything and possibly bump into other stuff that might take a while.
That's fair. Okay.
Oh, dang. That's a lot of note. All I see is Kimber is a mess, as his dog is a mess.
I mean, where's the lie?
There is no lie. Kimber is always a mess.
Kimber and Lucan have a deep conversation, which more equates to Lucan pulls a whole bunch of stuff out of their ass and Kimber takes it seriously.
Yeah,
Basically.
they're young,
My
unprintable
mic was
teenagers.
up and muted again.
2 for 2.
Ooh. Yeah, I was gonna say the log is kind of just all stuff, not just important stuff necessarily.
There's
so
a stream of consciousness.
All of
Yeah.
it is important.
it could be. And the other D&D I'm in, I'm a loremonger from Acquisitions Incorporated, and so I'm like, my job is to keep track of it all. So my character literally keeps a running log of everything that happens from their point of view. And so I'm just like, yeah, I can keep a running log so that if there's anything important, we remember it for next time.
I appreciate that. I was actually
Yes.
gonna write up a summary for you guys, but it looks like you got me beat to that. Oh, you even put the Borka in there.
Oh yeah, Borka is called out as
Borka.
Borka a few times.
Yeah.
I just like the name. Borka.
Tay,
Yep.
you should draw Kimber on top of
Dog.
Dog with grass on top of her, all of them covered in food.
I will try my best.
Just chipmunk cheeks.
Hell yeah.
Because I honestly can't see Kimber doing anything else.
No, that's definitely how she is. Sig's a little more tame than she is, but
Not by much.
yeah. I guess we can move back over to the boop.
Oh no, it's day,
Oh my gosh, there's so many booms.
and we're all up north.
Yeah, I'll move you guys back down. Oops.
I am going to go sit out on the porch and have a smoke. Good night, everyone. It was wonderful playing with you all.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you for
It's nice
joining.
meeting you.
Adios, people.
Adios.
Bye.
I'm
Oh.
gonna kick. I'm gonna
Okay.
kick rhythm. Bam! Get out of here, nerd.
I had that thing muted and just been listening to other music in the background the whole time,
It's fine.
including but not limited to someone doing terrible karaoke of 80s and 90s songs.
Oh,
I mean, 80s and 90s songs kind of come across as terrible karaoke anyway, so I'm not sure what the difference would be.
I think it's 80s and 90s songs at least. When was Africa released?